We'll call the Mendocino County Board of Supervisors meeting for September 10th, 2019 to order. Clerk, please conduct the roll call.
Supervisor Williams?
Here.
Supervisor Judy?
Here.
Supervisor Haschak?
Here.
Supervisor McCowan?
Here.
Chair Brown?
Here. I'd like to ask Ms. Terry Gowan to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, please.
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All righty, we're going to continue on to item number 3 on our agenda. But before going there, I do want to announce that item 5I, and that's discussion and possible direction to staff regarding the establishment of a cannabis business tax appeal procedure, including the potential for using a hearing officer to hear appeals, will be continued at the request of the department to 9/17. So it can be included, since we will not be on our agenda today, it can be included under public expression. So now we'll go to public expression. If anyone would like to speak to items not on the agenda, please come forward. Yes, I'm sorry, Hannah,
It's okay.
I didn't.
No, I was waiting.
I was
for you to
looking
receive
something
it.
else. Oh, okay. Please
Hi,
go
Hannah
forward.
Nelson. Good morning. I'm here briefly to speak about the efforts that are being undertaken by Building and Planning to review the cannabis permitting process and renewal application process. And first, I want to applaud the efforts of Brent Schultz and Trent Taylor to really try to systematize and go through and make things more efficient. And I really feel that they are trying to be responsive to the issues that come up. So I just want to commend them in those efforts. But the whole process is the maybe, I don't know, 3rd, 4th, 5th time that efforts are being made to make the program more efficient. And so I hope that there's some recognition on the part of the board and that department that the impact is severely placed on the applicant, who may have already provided materials numerous times in the past. And it calls for a reexamination of some particular aspects of the ordinance, and I know that that's not a favorite topic, but with respect to an eye for efficiency, particularly in the reapplication process. I think if our goals are to make everybody more efficient, save money and effort, and not duplicate efforts, it may be well-timed to look at some of those procedures, and I believe that the department is going to be, really looking at items in the ordinance that could make things better. And I'm just echoing the desire to, while there's a temptation to say, hey, we've done enough cannabis ordinance changes, that particular sub-issue is well worth looking at. And that's really all I have to say, but I applaud their efforts. And I hope that the board understands that in many cases where information has been missing, it actually hasn't really been missing. It's just that the prior systems weren't as efficient. And other agency systems have changed multiple times, so there's been confusion about which particular documents from the other agencies are required. So I just wanted to put that lens on it, and that's all. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, next speaker, Bertha Mora.
Good morning. My name is Berta Cristina Mora. Coming, to represent the union. And how I guess has been saying, I has been a worker, for many years with that. And again, I would like to ask again the support for the program. And again, it's for both parties, clients and a worker. And continually we are getting calls, that are necessity that we need to get more workers, because there are a lot of clients who really needs the help, and no workers, because nobody wants to enroll in the program. Nobody wants to be working for that money. Just this morning, 7 o'clock in the morning, somebody was calling me that was an emergency, that somebody was needing that. And sometimes it's kind of hard to be covering those spots. We want to do it, but unfortunately, we have family too, and we cannot be covering all the spots and the emergencies. And we need to hire more people. We need to get more people involved in that. And how we are going to do it? With the money. Because nobody wants to be, at the time that they are listening, that is just $12, nobody wants to do it. I know that we are not, it's not just about, how can I say, intentions, We need to do the changes. We really need to do these things different, because really it's a lot of people who really needs the help. We can change it. Probably we cannot change all the world, but at least we are trying, right, to do something good, something better, because are a lot of necessities and a lot of clients who are depending, of the program and from the workers. They don't have nobody around them. Nobody's around them. They are alone in the house. And this is about, it's about money, but it's about mercy too. Compassion. And this is a very compassionate, job. And I think that is one of the things that we need to be working more, right, with the necessities of the people. Yeah, and again, we need your support with that. Thank you.
Yes, please restate your name for the record.
Berta Cristina Mora.
Thank you. Bev Galton?
Good morning. My name is Bev Galton, and I'm an IHSS local union SEIU member. And I'm going to read some stuff here. Promise not to go over. The in-home supportive services program, known as IHSS, provides home care services to low-income seniors and people living with disabilities. The county IHSS public authority is the employer of record and responsible for our working conditions. IHSS employs over 1,600 caregivers and serves another nearly 1,700 recipients. Over 3% of the total population of our county is directly impacted by IHSS. Not only does IHSS program allow our most vulnerable residents to live with dignity by remaining in their homes, but it saves taxpayers money by keeping them out of institutions and instead boosting our local economy. As you know, the IHSS program is funded through a combination of federal, state, and county dollars, with the federal share being 50%, the state share being 33%, and the county share being only 17%. That means that 83 cents of every dollar spent on IHSS is new money coming into our county from outside counties. Local businesses in Mendocino benefit from the wages of IHSS workers, since every penny earned goes back into the community when workers pay their rent and utilities, buy groceries, and other basic necessities. Not only does the IHSS program provide over the care to our most vulnerable residents, it's also an economic generator for an economic with low growth. What other social programs offer the county is nearly 400% return on investment. So when the county doesn't have enough providers to fulfill the more than 230,000 hours that were authorized, and we already paid for, the county missed out on $2.3 million of state and federal funds. That's unacceptable. It's time we start investing in the IHSS program that thousands of Mendocino residents depend on for well-being. It's time we start making IHSS a priority.
Thank you. Thank you. Priscilla Tarver?
Good morning. I'm Priscilla Tarver. I'm SEIU from Willits, and I am a proud member of the SEIU Local 215. We represent over 400,000 long-term caregivers in the state of California, nearly 1,600 here in Mendocino County, the largest workforce in Mendocino County. Make note of that. Home care has historically been excluded from many labor protections like sick leave and overtime pay. Our union has fought for years to achieve home care workers for them what other jobs take for granted, even yours. We fought and won these victories because the members of this union challenged their communities and elected leaders, you, to get serious about long-term care and change the status quo. These are real jobs, just like everybody else here. Thousands of IHSS workers from Mendocino, Humboldt, Lake, and dozens of other counties travel to the Capitol and advocate for this program year after year. Our union also helped create the opportunity for counties to fund increases for IHSS care providers at a one-time cost while ensuring caregivers remain above minimum wage. Nobody can live on minimum wage unless they have help. We have proposed a wage supplement to this county to keep IHSS workers above minimum wage. It is a responsible way for the county to invest in the IHSS providers and be a part of the solution to the looming care crisis. All of you are going to need help one of these days. When people learn about IHSS, they recognize its inherent worth. And when this program is invested in, outside dollars into this community to spur economic activity, we need our elected officials, okay, to be bold and make the decisions that are needed for the future of Mendocino County. You should acknowledge there is a crisis of care here in Mendocino County that will only grow and get worse. We call on this board to honor the IHSS recipients who depend on us and make the smart investment, and I say smart, by supporting the proposals of our union that have been put forth and being a part of the solution to the challenges ahead. And let me also say this. It is not just the dignity that is at hand here, but not everybody can go into a facility. Coverages have changed from insurance companies. Some people don't have family. They will die in their home. They get found. I get calls all the time by the police department because I have files on people that are found dead for days in their house. Some people do qualify for IHSS, others don't, but they're over the mark and cannot pay privately. So this is a looming crisis. Look around and see how many elderly are homeless. We have to help them, and you guys have to support it. This revenue is coming into your county no matter what. So help us out here. Thank you.
Okay, by policy, there's only 10 minutes allotted to any one subject. And for the group of IHSS workers here today, you have 2 more minutes on this topic. I'm not sure who you would like to speak. Okay. Yeah. Please state your name for the record.
Sheila Dawn Tracy. I'd like to address the home care crisis we have here. California's senior population is expected to double by 9 million by 2030. However, due to the low wages of home care workers, the demand for care will outpace the supply of available workers. Today, the annual turnover rate of home care workers is a staggering 33%. That means that every year, 180,000 seniors and people with disabilities across the state of California are forced to find another home care worker because their caregiver could no longer afford to do this work. Yet, the state projects that by 2024, we will need another 200,000 home care workers to meet the growing demands for care, including 1,300 more here in Mendocino County. If we can't keep the caregivers we have today, how will we be able to attract the caregivers needed for tomorrow? IHSS recipients also already missed out on $230,000 hours of authorized care by not having a worker available. The county missed out on $2.3 million in outside money that didn't come into our county. The answer to the crisis is simple. By paying home care workers a respectable living wage, a wage that allows us to provide for our families and have dignity in the work we do. As long as home care jobs remain low-wage jobs, we will continue to lose workers to other work that is less stressful and pays the same, if not more. I want to say to the Board of Supervisors that as we go into the bargaining table, that we need the board to support us in having the negotiation team present a proposal that deals with the economic package. We have been there 3 times.
Tracy, your time is up.
Okay, I just want this, I'll finish. We have been there 3 times, and we have only dealt with the language of the contract and none of the meat and bones of the financial propositions that we have offered you. So please direct your negotiation team to give us something that we can actually negotiate. Thank you.
Any other topics under public expression? Anyone that would like to speak, please come forward. Seeing no one, we're going to move forward on our agenda. We're now to the consent calendar. Clerk, has proper notice been established?
Yes, proper notice has been established.
Supervisors, do you have any items to pull for separate consideration? I'd like to ask Supervisor McCowan on item 4E. It is a proclamation, if you'd like to summarize it.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I don't believe we have anyone here to accept it, but this is a proclamation of the Mendocino County Board of Supervisors recognizing September 16th, 2019 as Remembrance Day in Mendocino County. In the interest of time, I won't read the entire proclamation, but this recognizes the more than 1,600 people who died while incarcerated at the Mendocino State Hospital during its years of operation from 1892 to 1972, who were not claimed by any friend or relative. So that's very sad when you think about it. 1,600 people that there was no one to step forward and claim their remains, and they were buried, many in unmarked graves, and now have been relocated to the Ukiah Cemetery. And every year there is a Remembrance Day ceremony in their honor, and that, well, I don't have it right in front of me. I'll make an announcement later during supervisor reports of the time, but it'll be at the Ukiah Cemetery.
It's usually at noon.
Oh, it'll be Tuesday. It's usually Tuesday. It's at 12:15, Ukiah Cemetery. I think the 17th. Anyway.
But I think it's important that we mention that. It is a part of the history of our past. Okay, supervisors, we'll move on with the consent calendar. Items to be pulled for separate consideration or comments. Supervisor McCowan, 4G.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. I'll just briefly make a comment. This does involve a settlement agreement regarding a claim involving courthouse being non-ADA compliant. I think we're at the point of resolving that. I'm not going to hold that up, but I think it was mishandled from the beginning. I think there's a a good argument that this was a claim that the courts should have indemnified the county for. I have discussed the issue with county counsel, and there's no effective remedy to that, even if true at this point. So I will not be withdrawing the item for separate discussion.
Okay. I'd like to go to public comment for items on the consent calendar. Anyone that would like to address any one of the items, please come forward.
Gotta find my right. Hi, Hannah Nelson again for item 4U. And this is stated in the MCA letter that we submitted. We'd just really like to remind the board that, you know, while I understand, and I've been doing this a long time with these annual grants for the DEA, and I'm not objecting to the receipt of funding for cannabis eradication under the right circumstances, but given the recent Operation Clean Green and some of the concerns that were raised throughout that program regarding low-flying helicopters and other issues, it just really ask the board to have some direct involvement in the reporting and the oversight of the implementation of those funds and the eradication efforts to make sure that they're really in line with not only our permitting program, but also the larger concerns that our community has with regards to militarized style of enforcement. And again, I applaud the sheriff for his actions in encouraging people to come forward regarding any violations. So I certainly want to praise him for those efforts and his openness. But every time this grant comes up, we should be also asking those questions with respect to how is enforcement conducted. And something significant is that the switch from enforcement on public lands to private lands has flipped. It's now like 90 or 95% on private lands, and I think that may be something to consider. And again, I think that everybody's in favor of abuses of environmental violations and enforcement of those kinds of activities, but the way in which enforcement is conducted is of issue, and I want to commend the Code Enforcement Office here for the manner in which they conduct themselves, and I think that that's the most appropriate manner in enforcement actions. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else for public expression on the consent? Seeing no one come forward, supervisors, consent calendar is back to you. Supervisor Haschek.
I move approval of the consent calendar.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Supervisor McCowan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So the local Remembrance Day ceremony will be September 16th, 12:15 p.m. at the Russian River Cemetery. I would like to offer a brief response to public comment to the consent calendar. That is, the sheriff made a very clear, public, and open invitation for anyone who feels that appropriate procedures were not followed to come forward and give him the information. And as far as I know, no one has come forward. So there's nothing for the Board of Supervisors to investigate.
Okay. We have a motion on the floor. We'll vote by the button.
Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you. On agenda item 5C, this is discussion and possible action regarding an update to the Board of Supervisors from the Mental Health Treatment Act Citizens Oversight Committee on progress since the August 6, 2019 update. That is going to be continued at the request of the department to 9:17. So moving forward, 5E on our agenda. This has to do with discussion and possible action, including adoption of a resolution adopting the new classification of sheriff's legal specialist and authorizing changes to the position allocation table as well. And this is all with the sheriff coroner and budget unit and positions within his department. Human Resources is the sponsor. Please come forward. Oh, you are there. Thank you. Please go forward.
Good morning, Chair Brown, board members. Johnny Cranmer, Human Resources Manager. This item is brought about as a result of a study requested by the Sheriff's Office, and the study found that one of the legal secretaries was in fact performing duties that are different and of a more technical and more responsible and broad nature than other legal secretaries in the department and in the county. So the recommended classification of sheriff's legal assistant and the allocation table change of deleting the legal secretary, adding the new sheriff's legal specialist, and the reclassification including affected salary adjustment to the affected incumbent. And I am here to answer any questions.
Does this have to do with the new changes in the law?
It does in part have to do with it. They have the Records Act and other items that they're assigning to this individual, and they do, it does have it. It has to do with that.
Okay.
I don't know if the sheriff is here to speak to it, but
Supervisors, any comment? Seeing none, we'll go to public expression. Anyone that would like to speak on this item, please come forward. Seeing no one, it's back to the board. Supervisor Williams.
I move the recommended action.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any other comments, supervisors?
Another comment. I think this could have been on the consent calendar going forward. Maybe we could give that direction.
Okay, well, I think it depends. County Counsel?
So I believe there, at some point, there was a request from other board members and public to have these come before the board as a regular item, and I think the board has been, that's been the direction. It is not mandated to come as a regular item. It could come on consent, but again, that would be the request of the full board.
Okay. Supervisor McCowan?
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. I think the main issue were significant pay increases for the Board of Supervisors, department heads, maybe, you know, second in command in departments, that type of thing. I'm not so sure there's the same level of concern for relatively routine classification changes further down in the ranks. I'd be comfortable revising that directive if in fact that's what we had said, that they all have to come forward.
Well, I think that was really what was said, because how do you distinguish? And I think we have had past position allocation changes, what have you, that supervisors have felt they should come forward. I like what Supervisor Williams has brought forth in recommending, but on the other hand, which is which and that is that, as to who is going to be wanting an item like that pulled. Supervisor Haschak.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We're spending a lot of time talking about the process on this when we could have just approved it because we all had a chance to look at it. But I would like to see all raises being brought forth to the board for our full consideration. And when we do a job reclassification like this, it doesn't hurt us to spend a couple minutes just hearing the rationale for it and moving on. If it's appropriate, then we approve and go forth.
Okay. Public expression on this item. Anyone that would like to comment, please come forward. Seeing no one that would like to comment, it's back to the board. Supervisors?
I can agree with Supervisor Haschak's comments. It doesn't have to take long. It can take less time than we spend discussing whether we should discuss it.
Okay. Now, did we have a motion?
Yes.
Oh, Ms.
I don't, Chair Brown, maybe it's
Angela?
premature to put my pen up. When Supervisor McCowan said that he agreed with Supervisor Hashak, I just wanted clarification as to, are we just talking about moving forward with the motion, or is there more? That was all.
Well, I think the intent was we would continue the practice of having them on the regular calendar. If no one has an issue with it, they can be dealt with quickly and move on.
Thank you very much.
Okay. All righty, we're going to vote by the button.
The motion carries unanimously.
Thank you. So next item is 5F. This also has to do with a new classification and senior legal assistant and changes in the district attorney's department. So Human Resources is sponsor. Please come forward and introduce the item.
Good morning again, Johnny Cranmer, Human Resources Manager. This discussion and possible action of adoption of a new classification of senior legal assistant and authorizing changes to the position allocation table for the budget unit 2070 to delete the office services supervisor and to add a legal services supervisor and a senior legal assistant and a district attorney investigator. Again, a study was conducted. The district attorney does have a situation where the legal assistant is now being assigned higher level work, more responsible work, and there is a need for that senior level. So the classification of senior legal assistant is being proposed, as well as the addition of a position for that to be filled. As well, the district attorney has utilized an office services supervisor in the past, which is currently being underfilled, but the department would be better served by a legal services supervisor, which is what other counties and legal offices have, rather than an office services supervisor. So we want to delete that office services supervisor to add the legal services supervisor. And then adding 1.0 FTE district attorney investigator, and this half-time position that was deleted during the budget is actually being requested to be added back in as a full-time to meet the needs of the district attorney's office. I'm available for questions, and I believe the district attorney is as well.
Any comments, supervisors, or questions? Seeing none, thank you. I'd like to invite our district attorney to come up, if he so desires.
An opportunity to speak to the board, of course I desire that. Good morning, Madam Chair, board members. In my office, we're trying to use, in your jargon, it says legal assistant. In my jargon, I call them paralegals. These are people that are specially trained to do work that's not an attorney, but much higher than a legal secretary. They do all sorts of things. We have one right now. In fact, we just hired a second one to help us with our new obligations under the marijuana program. So the senior legal assistant is something we're requesting so that a person can be working, in essence, within their classification. It's something that when you look at the other counties across the state, this is pretty common. Around here, it hasn't been because we haven't had access, to be honest with you, with qualified paralegals, which we now have access to. So we're asking you to approve that. The office service supervisor versus the legal services supervisor addresses the reality of the situation. I think the Human Resources did a good job in analyzing that. The DA investigator is an interesting thing. We had that previously. I hadn't filled that when it was there before. It got deleted without anyone saying anything to me after I'd already approved requests to make it a full-time position. We hadn't filled that because it was kind of one of those budget deals when the county had issues with its budget. Back when I first became the DA, I said we would just withhold that for the time being. It's important because the DA investigators are being called on more and more. There is no investigators in the Fort Bragg Police Department. There's no investigators in the Willits Police Department. There's one investigator for the California Highway Patrol, and he many times isn't even in Ukiah or Mendocino County. So that work to try to get things ready for prosecution falls on the district attorney's investigators. They've been doing a really good job, but they need some help. My investigators are also different than the sheriff's investigators. The sheriff investigators are trained in a particular area, and then they rotate out eventually and go out on the street, and we lose that perishable skill. DA investigators are trained, and they stay within their training for their entire career as long as they're with the district attorney. So we have people that are specially trained in child abduction. They have to travel across the country to recover children. We have people trained in the Faro 3D imaging, where we take it out to a crime scene, and it saves literally hours because it processes the scene and gives us measurements and everything we need. It's a wonderful piece of technology. We also have what I call Celebrate, but it's a machine that all the police officers are bringing people, cell phones or things to us. We get search warrants, and this opens up that electronic storage device and allows us to see if there's evidence within it. My folks are specially trained in that. You've seen recently the drone it's really Axis. It's a platform for investigating crime scenes. You've seen that on your budget recently. We now have 2 trained pilots. The only FAA-approved pilots in this region are in the DA's office. So that's something we have. But as we continue to do this, we just need some additional help. Chief Bailey is here, and he has told me, in fact, he wrote me a memo in June explaining and outlining why there's a greater need. Our Coast office has a half-time investigator right now because we have to pull him over to Ukiah to help over here. We'd like to keep that position out there, serving up and down the coast, be a full-time, and then use another half over here, plus the half we're going to get. So it's important. It's necessary for public safety, and I'm asking the court, there you go, where am I? I'm asking the board to approve it. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Okay. Supervisor Williams.
Yeah, I support it. But I also understand that every dollar we spend in a new direction is a dollar we need to cut somewhere else. And so I think we should, I would like to ask my colleagues for support on this item, but to think about where to free up funds to cover it.
Okay. Supervisor Haschak.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So it says here that it would be a $194,000 annual recurring cost with $104,000 increase in that, and that your office will endeavor to absorb any additional cost resulting from this increase. So does that mean that would all be, you'll try to recover that $104,000?
Well, we will try to recover it. There's depending on the assignments taken, there is some reimbursement available, like in child abduction and things of that sort. We've been going through making sure that our protocol for seeking reimbursement is vibrant, and we're not letting things slip through. So yes, we're going to try to recover any costs we can from the appropriate, whether state, judicial resources.
Okay, thank you.
Supervisor McCallum.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I believe that otherwise you will endeavor to absorb that cost within your budget, and the district attorney has been a good team player on the budget, so I'm comfortable approving this.
Okay. We are going to go to public comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Anyone that would like to comment on this item, please come forward. State your name for the record, please.
Casey O'Neill, local farmer. I'd like to address the background check requirements for cannabis, which have added an additional cost to the district attorney's office, given the need. Supervisor Williams just noted the need to find budget for this. At a certain point, we're going to need to start looking at the different ways that we regulate the same plant. And so hemp, not here yet in Mendocino County, but in a lot of places, is treated as an agricultural crop. Farmers can farm it. End of story. Cannabis, we set these exceptionally high bars, and we spend a lot of money on it. And I don't know that this county can really afford to continue to spend that kind of money. So I think we might want to reconsider the extensive background check requirements, given the fact that the state already requires one for the owners of the company. This may be a good area to save some money. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Sheriff Allman, we actually did your agenda item previous to this, but do you have comment on this item?
Good morning, and yes, two things. To the district attorney's request, I think it's a very reasonable request, and when he stated that it is a somewhat of a industry standard statewide, it is. It's something that getting in line, and we've done it at the sheriff's office, of trying to streamline a lot of our processes. And actually, to the taxpayers, money can be saved when we're streamlining these jobs and we're reducing other jobs. As our industry changes with technology and so forth, our job classification and job descriptions change. And sometimes, as we know, the professional standards that we expect from our employees are often very different than what they were originally hired for, because things have changed. And so change is good. It's uncomfortable, but change is good. And to the previous speaker, I usually agree with everything Casey says. The state has not clearly defined background checks on cannabis participants in the ways that was intended by the voters. And I think that there's a lot of gray area, and whether the district attorney's office does it, or the sheriff's office does it, or the board of supervisors hires a new person to do nothing but this, until we get better definition from the state on backgrounds, I think we're in a situation where we have to do this. And to be quite honest, the state made a horrible mistake, and the state did not make this very black and white. So thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else? Public expression?
Hannah Nelson again. I'm like a bad dream. I keep coming back. On this particular issue, there's two separate
You're
comments.
welcome for the full day to comment.
Thank you. Two separate issues I want to briefly touch on. One is that our local ordinance does have a difference between the state ordinance and the state legislation. So there is currently a justification for winnowing out a different background check. One of the items that this board had, or the prior board, I guess, had voted on in December was expanding what was looked into. Usually, I'm going to say what Sheriff Allman said. I usually agree with most of what Sheriff Allman says, but with respect to the state not really having clear delineations, I disagree. The specific crimes are listed, and more than that, we've chosen a different route. The state goes through, an extensive process whereby certain crimes are potentially resulting in somebody not being eligible. But they don't stop there. They conduct an extensive investigation. They require documents. They require supplemental materials, et cetera. We've chosen to not go there. So we kind of have a hybrid situation where we're trying to delve into more, but we don't have a process to weigh out that more. It's more categorical. I strongly objected in December to the expansion of the background checks to include certain other items. I can appreciate the seriousness and need to exempt people from participating who have had egregious crimes in their past, but at any rate, there is that difference. So unless the ordinance is changed, we certainly have to continue the background checks, but we do not I'm not sure that our workload justifies the goal, or vice versa. We are currently, I just submitted, I don't know, live scans for 5 employees of 1 person. Those employees are temporary. But under the ordinance, every single time somebody temporarily works, a live scan has to be done. That's creating an enormous backlog in the district attorney's or sheriff's office or whatever. So I just ask that we, as Casey said, look at the situation anew and figure out what makes sense and what the priorities are currently. Thank you.
Thank you.
Can I come forward, Chair?
Absolutely.
I feel like I'm in my office because every day turns into marijuana. The way I see this is that the district attorney is getting involved in the review process for applicants to try to streamline it. Our intent was to try to go away from live scan and try to rely more on the in-house data management that my office maintains. I just got done prosecuting 2 individuals that were approved by the state and approved by the county for growing marijuana. Unfortunately, someone forgot to ask whether they had been prohibited of having marijuana by the courts. And so there's a big hole in the system that my office knows about that no one ever asked about. We're now going to fill that hole. If we can make the background check work through the just the internal data management I have, we will, and then we won't refer it out for live scan. If we can't, then we have no choice. But we're going to try to speed it up. We've just basically got a person in the office now starting last week. I think he's over at orientation right now to deal with this. But we're going to try to get it going a little faster. Additionally, the legislature passed a new law saying that I have to go back all the way back to Eden and review every marijuana conviction in my office as if Prop 64 had been in place back in 1970, 1980, 1985, whenever. And so that's a lot. We're in the Emerald Triangle. And so the paralegal that we're also going to be using is going to have to get involved in that side of the marijuana thing. So we're not looking at people for doing single tasks. We're looking, in my office, everyone has to be a fire person and has to be able to put out fires where they are. And the fires right now we're going to deal with as part of the applicant process and also this new law by the legislature. We have to have all those convictions reviewed and to the court, but no later than the end of June of next year, and there's thousands of them.
Hang on 1 second. Do you have questions of the DA?
I do.
All right, Supervisor McCallum.
And first of all, we're looking at 3 positions, and the reclassification to legal services supervisor, I think that's appropriate, whether you were reviewing live scans or not.
That's not going to be involved in the live scan.
The district attorney investigator, likewise. So the only thing we're potentially talking about would be the senior legal assistant, I assume. So I also assume that even if the board were to change the ordinance to limit the number of people that need to have their background check, and I appreciate your intention to have a much more streamlined and avoid live scan, but even if the board were to change the current requirements for background checks for all employees, I'm going to assume that your senior legal assistant would still have plenty of work to do.
Oh, that's absolutely true. The senior legal assistant position will also be doing with the asset forfeiture, with appeals work. There's been the new change in the law. We have to review all our own murder cases to see if the felony murder rule applies. They help with that. So again, we're not doing a one-trick pony here.
And also, even if the board were to make a change in the future to limit the background checks, this is needed now to support the current system.
That's true. We enforce what the board and the legislature, the laws. We don't make them. So if you change things, then we will enforce what's changed. But overall, what the difference between the old position and the new position, it's a difference of $6,000 potentially at the maximum. So that's what you're talking about right now, is $6,000.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Supervisor Williams.
I move the recommended action.
Second.
Okay. I do want to ask, has everyone been able to speak under public expression? Please come forward. Monique, enter your name for the record.
Monique Ramirez, District 3. Just as a cultivator going through the process at the state level and doing the live scan, you literally have to list every single conviction of any kind. And it's a really lengthy process. And I know that a lot of people that are older than me that have a longer history of being alive, it's like difficult to think about every little crime you might have committed when you were younger. And so, but you have to include it in your application. And then you also have to write out how you have rehabilitated yourself from whatever conviction that you had. So for me personally, I felt like that process was very thorough and lengthy. And so I just don't understand why that doesn't suffice to the county's level of standard. And so I just want to put that out there. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else, public expression? Seeing no one come forward, we do have a motion and a second. Clerk, did you get that motion? Okay. Seeing no other comment, we're going to vote by the button.
Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you. So moving forward on the agenda, we are now on item 5D. This is an item sponsored by County Counsel. County Counsel, would you like to introduce the item?
Yes, thank you, Chair Brown. So at a previous board meeting, I believe this board had requested a chance to be more involved in the process, the CPUC process. And just for information's sake, I attached a fact sheet that was given to us by our attorney that's representing us, which is Megan Samaji, in these proceedings. And for the public's information, there doesn't seem to be a lot of knowledge of how much this county has been participating in the CPUC proceedings to oversee the conduct of PG&E going forward. We are participating in several different areas, wildfire plan, et cetera, but this is a particular item concerning de-energization, also known as public safety power shutoff, PSPS. And there's been, of course, a lot of interest from this board as well as the public on this issue. And just a note and a shout out again to this board, it was Mendocino that initiated going into the CPUC proceedings. Upon this board's agreement, I spoke with Sonoma County, Napa County, and the city of Santa Rosa, and they all joined in this effort, and we have been sharing costs with the attorney representing us, which I will say is doing a great job. Also, the CEO's office has been participating in the phone calls, keeping track of what is going on with PG&E and how we can influence it. I will also note that we have scheduled through Megan a meeting with the, I always forget their terms, but the safety officer at CPUC, and I've been working with Chair Brown on that. So Chair Brown was going to be attending that on October 3rd. And I've asked for someone else, and so I believe Supervisor Williams has volunteered as well to attend that meeting, again to express our concerns with the safety officer who would represent, again, us in these investigation that's ongoing on PG&E. So I've listed some things here for direction for this board to give to me for that I will then talk to Megan Samaji to make sure those comments are included. She has to have that filed by September 17th. And I will say she was willing to come and do this presentation herself. Unfortunately, Napa had already scheduled her, so she is in Napa County today. And part of that is we have already, ourselves and Sonoma County have also joined in as a party to the investigation that was initiated by CPUC into PG&E, and I believe Napa is deciding whether to join us or not. So I believe that's what she's doing. She also said if you would like her next week, she'd be willing to come here, and that would be on September 17th. So I don't know that I need to go through these, but again, what you're looking at in Phase 2, Track 2, is the changes to de-energization protocols, impacts of the de-energization on local governments, notification and communication abilities, refinement of notification and communication, and I've listed several others. So if there's something there that you would like to make particular comments or give particular direction, I invite that from this board. And I just want to note in this, the comments that we have been making a significant impact in the CPUC proceedings. Our voices are being heard. They've made very specific demands. Some of those are listed in here. Again, this board should be very proud, and I have been speaking to other counties in other areas, even against Southern California, Edison, et cetera, saying they should actually be involved so that they have a voice. So.
Yeah, and I really do appreciate your opening comments, because this board has directed involvement for quite some time. And it's basically the public's like, what are you doing? So I appreciate that very much. I'd like to go to Supervisor McCowan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, and I appreciate County Counsel's very thorough presentation in your memo of all of these issues. And I also want to acknowledge your leadership in bringing these issues forward, at board direction, but I think you've been a leader in this effort. I just want to say that all of the things that are discussed in Phase 2, Track 2, are the things that should have been considered and implemented prior to approval by the CPUC of the so-called public safety power shutoff. So I won't harp on it further other than to say it was really very irresponsible, and we are all having to deal with it. Every government, every business, every citizen.
Absolutely. Supervisor Haschek.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I agree with Supervisor McCowan's comments on that. And certainly notification is a huge issue, and people are worried that we're going to get these robocalls and it's not going to be sufficient warning for anyone. I got a letter from Chief Wilkes of the Little Lake Fire Department, and I'd just like to read this idea that he had shared with me. He said, "We would like to see PG&E offer low interest rate loans for standby power. There would be parameters on the loan. It would have to be a California compliant generator, professional installation, and utilize jurisdictional permit processes. Along with the low interest rate loan, they should offer an incentive to use this program. Such incentives as 20% payback on the total package cost. Example, a $4,000 package could be financed for 5 years with a 1% interest rate with an $800 discount off the loan as incentive." So I just thought that was an innovative idea, and looking at the needs of people in our districts and people who don't have that many resources to pay for these generators, and that if they could be incentivized to use them in a safer way, that would help out. Thank you.
Okay. Ms. Angelo.
Chair Brown, thank you. I just wanted to make a comment on this that I'm not certain that the full board is aware, but CSAC has scheduled a de-energization discussion in Sacramento on Friday, and they've asked me to attend. It will be CSAC, Sonoma, Napa, Mendocino, and Riverside counties, along with the CPUC will be there. San Diego Gas and Electric, Southern California Edison, PG&E, and Cal OES. And so Supervisor Hashjack, the idea that you just brought up, I will bring to the table. They actually want input from the counties, and as you know, along with County Counsel Elliott, you've had a team within the county that's been working on this and trying to prepare. So I'm pleased that CSAC has actually organized this, and hopefully we'll make some progress. I agree with Supervisor McCowan. You know, in some ways we're a day late and a dollar short when it comes to PG&E as far as what they've been directed to do. But at least at this point, they are hearing what we're saying, and hopefully they will come up with some other ways to help the community. So I just wanted to be certain that the board understood that there was a meeting, a discussion happening on Friday in Sacramento. Thank you.
Okay, with that announcement, there's also been an announcement that came out from the CPUC about a public workshop, and I believe it's September 23rd, and Monte Rio Community Center, I believe is what I read. I'm going to have to go back and look at that. And I'm sure they have it posted on their website, but this has to do with landline phones during emergencies, and in the case of where I live, from the October 2017 wildfires, at least 10 oak trees had gone down around our house. Nobody could get in. We could not get out. And we did not have our landline phones. We had cell for a while, but that was eliminated as the fire progressed. So this is a important workshop. The staff and the commissioners of the CPUC do listen. I will have County Counsel look that up and make an announcement by the end of this agenda item. Supervisor McCowan?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just one more thing. So we do have some critical facilities like a dialysis clinic, for instance, and I did hear one clinic doesn't have the funds or the ability to install backup power. Have we been going back and checking back with different facilities such as fueling stations and supermarkets and healthcare facilities to keep our list updated of what will be available? And could we also check with what I would consider critical care facilities like a dialysis clinic to see if they have something in place?
The short answer is yes. And if you check our website, you should see a revised list. The public should see a revised list.
And do we update that? Do we check back, or how do we keep that updated?
Well, we have different staff that are working on this, so when there is an update, they put it on. So,
right, but do we keep checking back to make sure we have the most current info?
I
or-
personally do not, Supervisor McCowan, but the staff does. We have this whole team, as you're aware, and you're
Right.
welcome to join us for our meetings, as some of the other supervisors have.
Thank you.
And yeah, they are keeping it up. Thank you.
And it's also being done at many different levels, and as businesses and medical facilities do get the backup, what would you say, generators, et cetera, and have the ability, they are now announcing it and getting the information out. So I think it's really good, really good. And keeping this discussion going, I think, is really important. And I do want to thank our CEO for getting, I think it's every Monday meeting, together so that we are where we are at today. I don't think other counties have done what we've done. And so Mendocino County showing leadership in this area, plus being able to share that with other counties, I think is extremely important. So now we're going to go to public comment on this item.
Excuse me, Chair Brown?
Yes.
if you would like, I can upload the invitation from our CPUC liaison to this item, so that gives the public information about the meeting in Monterey, where it is, the time, and how to RSVP to that meeting.
Okay, okay,
So I'll send that to the clerk to upload to my item.
great. Sorry, sir, to interrupt you. Please state your name for the record.
Thank you. Louis Bigfoot. Good morning, CEO, County Council, Board of Supervisors. My house runs on solar energy. When the power goes down, I'm just having a good day, you know. My wife vacuums, and we do all these great things, you know. It didn't cost much. It was amazing. Now, I know the panels might be going up because we got these great trade wars by these great presidents, but in the meantime, I would like to see included in the study for the next year's expenditures, because I know you spent $150,000 on those fancy generators. One of them was parked by the back door, if you haven't seen it. But next year you could be on solar, and then you could be blowing the solar whistle. Who needs power from the PG&E? You just get your solar panels going. That's simple. Do a study. You have to do a study, expenditure, and get them going. Because you know, the fires only occur in generally August, September, October too. That's the other thing. So, you know, the sun's out. Sun's out. Every day it's out. I have to turn my panels off in my little house, you know. And I can do that. I'm a poor man, but I got solar energy. It's unbelievable. If you don't have power to your house, solar power, cut the grid off completely, stay home, turn on your solar energy. You'll save money. I'd like to have an estimate how much money the county's going to save after maybe, they say 10 years. I think it's quicker than 10 years. You get all your money back after 10 years. It just keeps coming in. It's like cash registers. Like going to Las Vegas. Come on, money. You know what I'm getting at? Safety. It's called safety. Everything could run, not everything on solar, I understand, you know. Generators are just debunk. They're debunk. The only thing worth it today for my home is one of these push button generators that Honda finally came out with, the push button ones. Eco. The Ecos are incredible because they use half the gas. But I don't even use that anymore. It sits there, and I laugh at it. It's a great day. No gas for my generator, and I got solar panels on the roof. The only problem is that they charge a lot of money. People that come and install, they want $75 an hour. $75 an hour, but pay it. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else for public comment? Seeing no one else come forward, Supervisor Jurdy.
Could respond. So the county has a study going on of its county buildings, and solar panels at county buildings is part of the mix that's being looked at, yes. And I think everybody agrees that we hope that we don't have these generators more than 1 year. I mean, that if in the perfect world, we don't know if they'll be needed next year, but that was like an emergency action taken. And because this power shut off was announced with very little forewarning that it was coming. And so Steve Dencliffe is the person in the CEO's office, along with Darcy, that are working on this with the consultants that are looking at all the county buildings. And the board's already directed that they would prefer, if at all possible, to go with solar panels. So that's being looked at, and a proposal is being put together right now for us to evaluate in the next, hopefully the next 2 or 3 months.
Thank you, Supervisor Jurdy. Good comment. And Supervisor Williams.
I move the recommended action.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Before we vote on it, I want to thank County Counsel for getting that notice for the workshop in Monterey posted. I think that's really important for local people. Right, no comment. We're going to vote on the motion.
Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you very much. All right, moving on, we have Department of Transportation. Our director of the department will not be able to be here with us, but the report is listed. Supervisors, any comment? Seeing none, we will go to the public comment on the Director of Transportation report. Okay, seeing no one come forward, it's back to the board, and I believe that we just accept the report unless there's any other comment. Seeing none, We will take one more item before we go to break. Is that okay, clerk? All right. This is item 5G, and this is a notice public hearing, discussion and possible action, including adoption of an ordinance rezoning one legal parcel located at 9651 North State Street, Redwood Valley, totaling 1.3 plus acres, currently zoned limited commercial with community character combining district, to general commercial with community character combining district. Building and Planning Services is the sponsor. This is a public hearing. So clerk, has proper notice been established?
Yes, proper notice has been established.
Okay, thank you. We're opening the public hearing, and the procedures for the public hearing will be that first we'll have an introduction from staff. They will do their presentation. The Board of Supervisors will be able at that point to ask questions, make statements. Then we will move on to public input, public comment. So if you would like to speak to this item, make sure you have a speaker card up front or come when you're called. Then there will be final remarks from staff. And actually, the Board of Supervisors can also present questions to the public or the staff at this time. But once the public hearing is closed, then it's back before the board on this particular matter, and only the board can discuss the item, and the chair can entertain a motion. So that's the proceedings for our public hearing. I'd like to go to staff now to do their presentation. Sir.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Sam Vandy Vandewater, planner with Planning and Building Services. As the Madam Chair noted, this is a rezone of a roughly 1.5 acre parcel from C1, which is limited commercial, to C2, which is general commercial. This parcel is located up with the other commercial parcels at the very end of North State Street, right before it connects back on to Highway 101. With regards to zoning and general plan consistency, the project was found to be consistent with both the C2 general plan designation as well as the commercial general plan designation, as well as the general commercial C2 zoning district. With regards to referral agencies, there were no major concerns other than from the Redwood Valley MAC. They had concerns about what the parcel would be used for after the rezoning. At the time of the application's processing, the applicant and agent did not have an intended use that they provided to county staff. After this project was recommended for approval by the Planning Commission, there was an application for cannabis distribution and manufacturing on the parcel. So that, I guess, would be the intended use of it. However, when that use permit was sent to Redwood Valley MAC, there were no comments provided back. So county staff is assuming there's no issue with the use. With regards to environmental determination, the parcel was found to be exempt from CEQA pursuant to section 15183. And with that, the county staff recommends the Planning Commission's recommendation of approval of the rezone. Thank you.
Righty. I would like to comment that the Redwood Valley MAC did not hold a meeting in August. Their upcoming meeting, I believe, is tomorrow evening. So they probably, I'm not sure if there is any concern with that or not, but what would be the process then, since this application has come forward?
Are you, Vandy, Planning and Building, are you referring to the use permit project or this rezone project?
I'm referring to the use permit. Would there be any hearing on that, or is it only administrative if we change this zoning?
No, it will be going to the Planning Commission later this year.
Okay.
So they will have an opportunity to comment.
Great. You've answered my question. Thank you, sir. Board members? Seeing none, we'll go to the public for public comment. Seeing no one come forward, it's back to the board. Do you have any final remarks? Seeing none, Supervisor McCowan?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think normally it would be your prerogative to make a motion on this item, given it's in your district.
But I will look to my colleagues since I'm chairing.
I will move the recommended action.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Actually, I erred. I can see County Counsel saying, Chair Brown, you didn't close the public hearing. So I'm going to close the public hearing, and we do have a motion now by Supervisor McCowan, a second by Supervisor Williams. Any other comment? Seeing none, we'll vote by the button.
Motion carries unanimously.
All righty. So
Thank
we-
you, Chair and Supervisors.
Oh, thank you very much. All righty, we are going to break. cultivation registration process. And I am a sponsor along with Supervisor Williams, and Supervisor Williams is going to introduce the item.
So this board put a moratorium in place earlier this year, and it was in part because of the ambiguity in what the state will do with industrial hemp regulation. And given that the speed government moves, I think it's important that we minimize the length of the moratorium by getting a start on putting together local guidelines. And I want to be clear, I don't see this as Cannabis 2.0. I think this federal and state direction is a much simpler process. We have traditional ag farmers who would like the opportunity to grow hemp, and clearly we need to talk about how to protect both cannabis and hemp with cross-pollination issues. There's a number of concerns that come to mind. The goal here was to be transparent and kick off the process and have all stakeholders at the table as we discuss what that regulation should look like, rather than coming forward with a comprehensive plan that surprises everyone. But I think it is important. This county is has a strong right to farm ordinance, and we shouldn't be holding up farmers any longer than we have to.
Thank you, sir, for your comments. And I have nothing further to state, so we will go forward. Supervisors, Supervisor McCowan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, I appreciate Supervisor Williams' comments, and on February 19th, the board did direct staff to study this issue and bring forward recommendations. I appreciate the refinement to that direction, that there be I think it sounds like a robust stakeholder process where there's participation by the stakeholders in formulating those recommendations. I certainly support that. And of course, I see we have our Ag Commissioner here today rather than our Planning and Building Director. My only concern, we've put a lot of work on the Planning Department's plate, both director and staff, and including recently giving direction for cannabis enterprise zones, which requires a lot of work. So if we move forward and ask staff to devote more time to this as a priority item, I do think it could be appropriate to have this led by the Ag Department. Thank you.
Okay, well, when we talk about a lot on a department's plate, our Ag Department also has a lot on its plate.
Understood.
And adding new duties is perhaps something we're going to have to stop and reconsider. However, having said that, I see Supervisor Williams wants to speak, but I'd like to go to staff and hear from staff on this particular agenda item. Sir, would you like to speak?
Well, it's whatever the board's pleasure is.
Your name, please?
This is Jim Donnelly, the County Interim Ag Commissioner.
Thank you.
There are several ordinances out around the state that allow for growing of hemp as an industrial product. If you direct us, we'll be looking at the other ordinances and try to come up with something. Most of the ordinance are from planning departments. If you ask me to come up with something, we can work out of some of the other ordinances and let the planning department look at them and see what they think. The agenda item calls for feminized plants or feminized seed to be planted. Our department would go and inspect the seed when it comes in to verify that it comes from a recognized and approved source. Then they're going to have a registration. There'll be we'll ask for a registration fee for the planning department, for the county ag commissioner's office, and the state requires $900 for the county to pick up and turn into the state. Then when the 30 days before harvest, our department will go into the field and sample the field according to state procedures. And then if the plants that are tested are below 0.3% of THC, they'll be allowed to harvest it and package it however they choose to package. There's processing. There's people here in the county that would like to process hemp for CBD. As the state law and federal law, as I understand, have not approved the use of hemp CBD for human consumption at this point. There's a state law that's going through the processes at the current time. Maybe by next year that'll be approved. I don't know who is enforcing that. Apparently no one in the state is enforcing it. They're just talking about it. Because I believe hemp's already being used for CBD oil all through the United States. There'll be some concerns about the smell of the hemp because it is cannabis sativa in its proximity to neighborhoods or schools. And maybe these are things that planning should look at. There's seeds available that don't have the same smell as the skunk smell that people think of when they think of cannabis. So there's a lot of things we can look at, depending on what the board would like. Give us direction and then we'll move forward.
Planning and building staff, do you have comment?
As indicated, Jesse Davis, Senior Planner, Planning and Building. As indicated by our Agricultural Commissioner, there is a gamut of regulations that we can be looking at from across the state. Approximately 22 counties are currently accepting hemp registration forms of some type, and 35 counties currently have a moratorium across our state. Now, those that are in moratorium are in various stages of either developing ordinances or furthering their moratorium, and again, we can point to places such as Inyo County, which requires a conditional use permit, or Monterey County, which very much processes and has an ordinance structured in a similar manner to its cannabis regulations already existing. So again, as indicated by our Agricultural Commissioner, we have a gamut of options. Now, staff would look to for your direction with regards to the prioritization of this issue in terms of how county staff should review this given our current tasks and current workload. Likely we would require some additional assistance in terms of vetting the various regulatory schemes that we'd be investigating and ultimately bringing forth for your review and approval. But that being said, we look for your direction in terms of how we should prioritize this issue.
And I think that we're going to go to supervisors in just a moment. But currently, with other counties, perhaps other states, there have been issues. Are you aware of those issues, and can you give us information?
Most definitely. Jesse Davis, Planning and Building Services. Cross-pollination is likely one of the largest issues that we've seen indicated in other jurisdictions as they review these policies. As indicated by the Commissioner, additional issues such as smell, traffic, things such as that still pose, a land use issue in terms of what impacts would be created by the planting of industrial hemp ultimately and sort of the associated land use issues. That being said, again, there's a gamut of regulatory schemes that we can review and investigate in terms of how we want to either discretionarily review these activities, such as Inyo County with a conditional use permit, or via a more ministerial process. That being said, again, there are issues to consider that, unlike our typical row and field crops, we should be thinking about, such as potential cross-pollination and other land use issues. So that being said, I think it does deserve additional regulatory review.
Supervisors Haschak.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I appreciate the talk about priorities and some of these issues, and especially the enforcement of those feminized seeds. But I guess I'm a little confused about where agriculture would be and where planning and building would be on this whole process. So how would you envision that? And I guess it's a question for both of you.
Jim Donnelly, County Ag Commissioner. I'd be looking at the laws and regulations that pertain to the agricultural commissioner and the other county ordinances to see what part the commissioner played. And that would be basically what I would be putting in the ordinance. There's a lot of other information that is planning that has to do with setbacks. Some counties require a 300-foot setback from another field or a residential area. If there's a school, the planning department might want to consider how close they want the hemp plants to be close to the school. Because we're not talking about 10,000 square feet or 20,000 square feet. We could be talking to 60 or 70, 80 acres. There isn't a size limit other than it has to be larger than 1/10 of an acre. And the plants are supposed to be planted fairly close together. So we would basically be following that. And the Inyo hemp ordinance only has a few things that has to do with the commissioner, and it has to do with sampling, registration, types of seed they can use, and the other issues like setbacks or planning issues.
So you're, for the agricultural department, you'd be checking on the feminized seeds and also the THC level, down the, 30 days before harvest.
Yes.
That would be your responsibility.
That and registering registering the grower with the county and the state. The state has a form, but they don't do registration. They just accept the registration from the county.
But they also designate the ag commissioner as the entity, local entity, to collect that registration fee. Isn't that correct?
That is correct. That's in law, the Food and Ag Code.
And with the testing, do we have labs here? Where would we have the testing done?
There's labs throughout California. We can decide or work with the grower on where we want to send the lab, as long as it's an approved laboratory. We can send a sample wherever there's an approved laboratory throughout the state. In the last week, I've received 2 advertisements from companies that do that. The other commissioners have proposed 2 other companies. There was some companies that were testing for residues on produce, and now they've moved on to testing for cannabis and THC and other things pertaining to that.
And one final question.
Yes, sir.
Do you see is there a clamoring for production of hemp in the county?
I get several calls a week for growers who would like to produce hemp in the county. And even some of the cannabis growers have asked if they could grow hemp. So, one guy talked to me this morning. He asked if he could grow it. He wanted to put it in the middle of his vineyard. So there is some question of whether or not the smell of the hemp could taint the wine grapes, but I haven't read any studies or found any studies that have anything to do with that. Other people have told me that they've grown the cannabis alongside their grapes and they didn't have any problems. But they could also find clones or seed that had lower scent, it didn't smell so much like the skunk smell of cannabis.
Supervisor Williams.
When I started talking to constituents about this, what hit me is it's legal federally, it's legal at a state level. It's only our county that is outlawed it. And we have a strong right to farm ordinance. And yet we're telling these very farmers what legal plants they can grow. So I don't think we should be deciding whether we want hemp or we don't want hemp. The issue is it the role for county government to tell a farmer on ag land what legal crop they may cultivate?
Supervisor Haschak?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I certainly think it is when you talk about the risk that it puts the cannabis production at. That if we're risking, the quality of our cannabis, then that's certainly an economic question that we need to deal with.
Supervisor Williams.
Supervisor Haschak, I appreciate the concern. I have the concern as well, and that's why I want to start early and make sure we put together the best framework as a model across the nation of how you can have two crops coexisting, cultivating essentially the same plant. But I don't think it's our role to represent just one sector of farming. We represent all farmers. We have farmers that are asking today to grow a legal crop, and we're telling them no, it's illegal in this county. That's not setting well with me. It's like saying, the smell of Brussels sprouts, or, we don't want apples because we want to favor pears. It's just not our role as government to dictate which legal crops are cultivated. I think it is our role to set some regulation to protect the crops on both sides of the property line. And that's what this effort is about. It's about kicking off the discussion to work with stakeholders to come up with policies that will enable both industries to survive in parallel.
Supervisor McCowan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, the county has not banned the cultivation of industrial hemp. The county has placed a moratorium to come up with appropriate regulations, which is what you seem to be calling for. So I don't think we have any conflict here.
As usual, we agree.
Of course.
Okay. I'm going to now go to the public. This is a time for the public to speak on this agenda item. I don't see any cards, but you're welcome to come forward. Please come forward. State your name for the record, sir.
Ron Edwards, Willits. Well, here I am again at the beginning of an ordinance process. I've done some research and work with people in Oklahoma. I had some outreach from some farmers in the southeast who were interested in hemp breeding and part of my library, and I had to turn them down because I can't legally do the breeding for hemp. There is also an incredible program going down south at Santa Rosa JC with Dr. George Salou, who is doing the research. They are actually doing studies with terpene drifts, and it's actually a program that is going to be starting in the spring where they will actually be able to take in students and train them in the proper cultivation of hemp as well as cannabis. In fact, they're looking at it as low THC or high THC. And they're actually setting up sensors in vineyards to actually measure the terpene drift and if that is the effect on grapes. Also, they're finding that the results of going with feminized seeds is not the solution. Because across the country we're finding that you're getting the same results whether you do feminized seeds or regular seeds. You're still getting males because we're not at the point of stabilizing. There are some stabilized, but it is not just saying if you go with feminized. And a lot of areas are going with local nurseries that work with their ag department to certify it. And I think that this is where we got off track with cannabis, is that this is an agricultural product. And if we have the ag department working with this, we can really develop good sets of good farming practices. Working with local nurseries to provide female clones is a much more stable way of getting a feminized field. Also, Sonoma County is looking at, and the approach is that it's expensive land, and you can't afford to have it pollinated. So a lot of the hemp cultivators are worried about cannabis pollination because we have this 6-plant rule. So please look at the local area that we have. We have some really good expertise going down. We have a lot of people in this county who have expertise doing consultant out of the state. And I just hope that we're more open and looking at this in a much more practical way. Thank you.
Thank you. Linda Gray.
I'm Linda Gray. Thank you all. I'd just like to speak to the feminized seed issue. We used them in the past, and they indeed do not turn out to be 100% female, which isn't a big deal for cannabis. But if there's 50 acres, that could be a problem. I'd say there were at least 20% were male plants. But I'm not opposed to hemp. I just feel like it would be very important for the county to perhaps rely on zoning and also map out where the existing cannabis farms are now so that wherever the hemp farms go in, that they are not impacting the cannabis farms, especially the ones that are keeping their heritage legacy strains alive. Thank you.
Thank you. Monique Ramirez?
Hello, Monique Ramirez, District 3, I'm representing the Covelo Cannabis Advocacy Group. We are also not opposed to hemp and all the amazing products that can come from it, but we do have concerns about how it is going to impact the cannabis cultivators that have basically been put forward first in terms of being able to cultivate. And so we want to protect them. And I think it's really important that there is data and research that is conducted to find out the level of how far cross-pollination can go. I'm excited to hear what Ron just mentioned about research being conducted to figure that out. I think that's going to be a really important component to this whole thing, as well as what other people have said about the feminized seed. It's not 100% guarantee. Plants are magical, and they can do magical things like turning hermaphrodite. It happens even with cannabis cultivation. And so that's a big concern, especially when there's like large tracts of hemp being produced. And one concern and question I have is about are farms looking to do it for CBD production, or are any farms looking to do it for fiber? Because you're going to need a lot of cannabis or hemp. It's basically the same thing in my opinion, to be able to do these processes. So that's something to be considered. And then that raises the question about our mitigated negative declaration. And I know because this is federally designated as an agricultural product, we don't really have to do those things, but I do wonder though if it would trigger that in any regard, meaning then we would need to do a full EIR, and then we're in this conundrum right now with our current MND possibly not holding up for the cannabis cultivators. So maybe there's an opportunity to bridge that gap if that comes down to it. So I just want to pose those questions because I personally don't know, and our cannabis community is very concerned about that. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Supervisor Williams, I'll stop public expression just for a moment.
I suspect we may have more public comment of that same theme. I'm wondering if the interim ag commissioner could comment. It's my understanding.
I was going to wait to the end and
okay.
ask them.
I was just trying to ward it off.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. Hannah?
Hannah Nelson, I'm back. On behalf of MCA, we did submit a memo addressing some of the issues and questions, and really I applaud the effort to bring forth an issue and request robust stakeholder input from the beginning. And this is going to be a repeated drumbeat that I have regarding any issue. I'm trying to figure out ways to save time and energy during these sessions so that the pragmatic, on-the-ground concerns can be kind of talked about and worked out with staff in advance of bringing then the important policy decisions before you. So I would encourage that involvement, and I think that I don't know what the correct forum would be, whether it would be an advisory group, whether it would be a dreaded working group, whether it would be a standing committee. I don't know what the proper forum is. I can tell you that MCA is beginning to engage its constituents in this dialogue. We intend to be having some robust discussions and gathering a lot of input as well. I was really pleased to hear an update on some of the research from Ron, and I think that's really excellent information to plug into. And then finally, I just want to say welcome to the interim ag director. Bye-bye.
And thank you, Hannah. Talking about correspondence we received. We also received the policy statement from California Farm Bureau Federation, and also the Origins Council submitted 3 pages.
Yes, and I actually did, thank you for mentioning that, because I did want to say that MCA strongly supports the issues that were brought up by MAP, and I think that they're important and very well thought out. Thank you.
Right. Sarah?
Hi, Chair Brown and members of the board. I want to echo the gratitude for the supervisors bringing this forth and the staff and really the solutions culture that we're in around moving forward with cannabis and hemp and economic development overall. It's really refreshing and exciting. My name is Sarah Bodner, and I'm with Henry's Original. We're a vertically integrated craft cannabis brand based in Laytonville. And thank you to Supervisors Brown and Williams specifically for bringing forth the hemp discussion. As longtime cannabis cultivators who have built a top-selling brand for Mendocino's flower, we would like to express our support for hemp cultivation. We believe that hemp is an untapped agricultural resource for Mendocino County. And as THC farmers, we totally share the concerns of our peers to ensure that hemp cultivation not endanger our cannabis crops. We'd like to express a few considerations that must be taken into account in this discussion so that the hemp industry can coexist with the THC flower industry, which we really believe is possible. First, hemp production must be only for fiber or cannabinoid production, not for seed. The second, the source of hemp stock must be feminized seed or female clones. And third, any contamination source must be held liable for remediation or loss on neighboring farms. We see this as a tremendous economic revitalization opportunity for Mendocino to generate revenue for farmers, and we urge you to consider hemp as a right to farm crop, like any other crop that anyone can grow anywhere. We seriously caution against over-regulation and inflated fees in this exploration that could hamstring this as an economic development opportunity that we see could specifically help fill the opportunity gap that the state's over-regulation of cannabis has created. And as we look to the future of hemp farming as well as cannabis, we keep repeating this, that we're not just thinking about California, we're thinking about the nation and the world. And hemp production now, starting on this path now, will allow us to bring Mendocino's products to these future markets quickly and further the development and the recognition of the legacy we have here in Mendocino. And we hope that this be something that can benefit all farmers in this community. Thank you.
Casey O'Neill.
Good morning, Casey O'Neill, local farmer. The reason I got into advocacy almost 6 years ago was because there were two central tenets. I wanted to see cannabis normalized, both locally and at a national and world level, and I wanted to see small food producers have access to cannabis as a viable crop. I found that to be the model that works for my farm, and so that was really what spurred me into the conversation. I was very excited about cooperatives, and a lot of my hopes in the cannabis space have been dashed. It has been an exceptionally hard road, and there is a feeling for me of excitement around hemp. We follow a lot of small farms around the country on Instagram, and we see hemp being planted in a lot of places, and this really amazing thing rolling out, in which it's kind of what we had dreamed of for cannabis, in which the regulations are very similar to what they would be for food production. It's all regulated under Department of Ag. North Carolina offers loans and extension support services for hemp farmers. So I think there's a tremendous opportunity here, and what I would like to see is a feasibility study around a hemp producers cooperative. I think there's a tremendous opportunity for being able to create something that helps to bring in a lot of the farmers who are currently locked out. Especially, there's a lot of food farmers who could definitely do an acre of hemp. And a lot of what I see is a conversation around the industrial nature of hemp production that is likely to evolve. And I don't think that we can compete on an industrial scale without achieving an economy of scale via some sort of a cooperative. And so for me, there's kind of this feeling of a lot of the disparate strings of my work over the last few years having prepared me to engage in this type of process. And so it's something that feels very exciting. It's also something that I don't feel that I have all of the tools necessary to understand the various ramifications. And so I would very much like to commit to participating in a process, as Hannah mentioned, be it a working group, be it some sort of a committee, whatever the opportunity is, I think there's a huge potential. And one of the things I'm really curious about that I'd like to see us develop is the ability to register genetics. Mendocino County has been the home of a lot of the CBD development over the last 10, 15 years, 20 years even. Well, not 10, 15 years really, but I think there's a lot of potential for registering some of the genetics that have been created here locally and being able to propagate those, put them into the hands of medicine makers who are currently, who were producing CBD medicines under the 215 SB 420 regulations, who are now unable to do so. I think there could be some very real opportunities there. And I think perhaps a partnership with the California Center for Cooperative Development, the CCCD. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Public comment on this item?
Devin Jones, Mendocino County Farm Bureau, and apologize for the late comment letters coming in this morning. But this is an issue that is new to Farm Bureau per se, in terms of there's not a lot of examples of comparable ordinances out there. There's not a lot of examples of sort of viable traditional ag folks that have gone into working on hemp that I've been able to talk to. But just a couple of points, I guess, that I'll highlight from our letter is that, I agree with a lot of the speakers ahead of us that, we definitely don't want to see a complicated, convoluted process begin regarding hemp. I definitely think we would support something simplistic of a registration process versus a permit. San Joaquin County, their Board of Supervisors today is looking at an ordinance that's pretty darn restrictive. Tulsa's got an ordinance on the books that's fairly restrictive, but these are coming from counties that are not dealing with cannabis, and so there's not really a good model. I did have a pretty substantial conversation last week with Tony Liniger, the Ag Commissioner in Sonoma County, and I think they're on a similar pathway to what Mendocino County might be looking to do. They're coming up in April. That's when their moratorium is expiring, but they've already started the process. So thank you for bringing this forward today, because if we're looking to have something ready to go in February for next year's cultivation season, we don't have a lot of time to work on this. And kind of like Hannah said, I was a little bit leery when I wrote this, but because we need another committee, like another hole in the head per se. But in terms of the advisory committee model, Sonoma County has, that's what they were operating under this past couple of months. They've had farm bureaus, they've had cannabis cultivators, they've had members of the public. They've had those core group of people at the table to come up with what's being proposed and what's going to be moving forward. I definitely think in the last week, premised off what we're seeing now in grape harvest season and 0 to no contracts available for the wine grape industry, a lot of folks on the traditional ag side are really interested in diversifying. And this could be a commodity that would provide some additional resources for them. I don't know if it's going to be mostly CBD, I think, at this point in time for CBD oil production. I did talk to a couple of ag commissioners who said that, just like Ron was speaking to, just the list of folks that have been approved by CDFA for providing the registered seed is pretty minimal. So there are some interest in getting into the actual seed production, which is going to have the pollen management component to that. Fiber, I don't know if California is really going to be a fiber producer for a while, just simply because we don't have the processing infrastructure here at this point in time. And it's really going to depend on costs for shipping, as well as competition from fiber being brought in from foreign markets. So really, I think it's going to be CBD and to a degree seed production here in California. So I encourage you guys to start working on this process and let us know how we can help. Thank you.
And thank you for pointing out we do have more items that have been uploaded onto the website that can be downloaded now to your iPod or iPad. Okay, Supervisor Williams?
Yeah, I would, if we can call that speaker back up, I would like to hear whether the Farm Bureau is prepared to commit to working with the THC cannabis cultivators on brainstorming and working to get a regulatory framework in place. I think this is an opportunity where traditional cannabis and Farm Bureau and hemp cultivators can all work together.
Well, yeah, that's what I was basically saying. That was the model in Sonoma, and I think that's the only way to do it. I mean, I think we have to have, some of these folks here that are way more expert in those areas, and I would be at the table to listen to these conversations because, Ron's got some expertise that I think would be very valuable. Other folks here in the room on the comments that were submitted today definitely have, that expertise that could bring that value to the table as we discuss, what's going to be moving forward with hemp. So, working group, what other form of committee might be put in place by this board. I just want to see it starting sooner than later, premised on our past experience with the cannabis subcommittee. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Anyone else? Please state your name for the record, sir.
Hello, thank you. My name is Brian White, and I'm probably a traditional wine grape grower for 38 years in Mendocino County. And recently our industry has been challenged with a lot of oversupply, probably sitting on 60% of my crop that I can't sell this year. So the reason I'm here is I want to diversify. And I know I don't want to be redundant. You guys have already brought up all the issues, but some of the issues that I'm hearing are about the male plants, and I think it would be a prudent farming practice for anybody to go out and monitor that. I don't know exactly how to do it, but I know we can handle that process. So again, traditional farmer, water rights, place of use maps, all those things. And I see an opportunity for myself and for the county. And it is legal, and I appreciate you guys listening to this, and thank you for your time.
Thank you, Brian. Anyone else? Public expression? Seeing no one come forward, board members, it's back before the board, but I would like to ask staff if they have any comment after hearing the speakers.
Jesse Davis, Senior Planner, Planning and Building Services. We definitely hear the public speaking here with regards to sort of their desires to see a simplistic but ultimately protective regulatory platform. And ultimately, I think that it's important that we recognize the initial constraints that our county in particular faces when comparing ourselves to not only counties across the state, but counties across the country as well. We are in a different position ultimately, given sort of our existing THC flower industry, as well as the development of and nurturing of a industrial hemp ordinance in industry as well. That being said, I think that from the planning and building perspective, the three things that we would look at from the land use side of things are, what zoning districts ultimately we're wanting to place industrial hemp, what setbacks ultimately we want to apply from both a residential perspective but also a commercial perspective in terms of existing cultivators, and then ultimately the parcel sizes that we want to associate with regards to where industrial hemp should be grown and what size those parcels should be when submitted. Just some things to think about as we move forward as you start your discussion.
Supervisor Williams?
Yeah, question for staff, probably the Ag Commissioner. It's my understanding that hemp is a row crop and would not be subject to an EIR. Is that accurate?
Jim Donnelly, Interim Ag Commissioner. So far as I'm aware, nobody's approached any of the hemp growers in the state on an EIR. They're growing several parts of the state, and it is a row crop. It's a traditional crop. It's not an ag product. They're not going to be growing it on the top of mountains when you're growing it in regular fields. Some places they require it's grown indoors, or the growers choose to grow it indoors. But I haven't heard anything about an EIR, and I doubt if it'll be considered in the future, unless there's some major land changing events that take place by a grower.
Thank you.
Board members?
I would move the recommended action.
Second for discussion.
Okay, we have the recommended motion made by Supervisor Williams. We have a second by Supervisor McCowan. He's seconded for discussion. Supervisor McCowan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, I do think we should move forward with the intent to get a hemp regulation for the county in place. I do think it's an economic opportunity that we should attempt to facilitate for local cultivators who want to engage in that. One issue, it looks like we have an Assembly Bill 228 in the state that currently, I guess the state doesn't recognize CBD hemp. So that bill may or may not pass this year, but if it did, that would probably greatly enhance the economic potential of hemp. But again, I think our intent should be able to get appropriate regulations in place so that we do have this opportunity, and ideally the state will change its policies, which currently appear to be overly restrictive. My concern with the motion as stated, it seems to put a bit of limitation on it in that it says limited to feminized seeds and female plants. And I think what I've heard today is there may be a number of issues, a number of alternatives, and I think it'd be more appropriate to form a working group to involving the broad range of stakeholders and simply direct them to investigate and make recommendations, assisted by staff.
Supervisor
Would you like me
Williams?
to amend to the motion?
I think
I would like
that would be
further
appropriate
comment before we
first.
consider amending. Supervisor Haschak.
Yes, I think we need to move forward with this. I want to make sure that we're not shortchanging the whole cannabis process that we have, because we only have limited resources, we have limited person power, and I just think that when we have 900 permits out there, or applicants that haven't been permitted, we really need to focus on that too. I don't want to see us too distracted. And I'd like to see a timeline on this.
Okay. When they talked about economic development and the amount of hemp that could be grown, I have been contacted by a company that actually uses the oil for cosmetics, and most of their oil is imported into their business, into California, I guess you would say. So anyway, you know, I know there's some opportunities out there that individuals are looking for, and we've certainly heard from a traditional farmer that would like to expand into this area, and I believe there are others that have expressed an interest as well. And I do think a standing committee is a way we need to go. But or a working group, whatever you want to call it. But I do think we need to at least reconsider the fact of burden on staff, limited staff, how much work they have on their plates. And what I would like to see is coming back we have a meeting next week, we have a pretty full agenda for that particular meeting, but perhaps the first meeting in October, I would like to see a plan come back. I'm not sure who we should direct to devise the plan, but surely it should be something that will be up for discussion. It could be a standing committee, one of our own standing committees that comes up with the plan. I'm just not sure how to move forward on it. So we do have a motion, and I think there's going to be amendments to that motion. I'll go to Supervisor McCowan and then back to Supervisor Williams.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And before we get to an amended motion, you mentioned the economic development aspect, and of course this certainly is. We do have a economic development cannabis-related committee already. One thought might be that we ask Supervisor Williams and Jurdy to kind of lead the stakeholder process with support primarily from ag staff. That's one option that might be viable to both get this process going and also minimize the burden on staff. And I am very concerned about that, given the number of tasks that we have already assigned. So just a couple of thoughts.
Well, I think those are good thoughts. Supervisor Williams?
I would agree with that, and if Supervisor Jurdy is willing, I think I too would like to spin off one less ad hoc. I think we have enough going as it is.
Absolutely.
And likely we will have a lot of the same people showing up. So why not do it in one setting?
Okay,
May I
and does
amend
this
the-
ad hoc comply with Brown Act?
We have an upcoming meeting that will be publicly noticed on October, I think it's October 5th. But we would probably want to have at least one meeting prior to that meeting, just to sort of organize thoughts.
So for the two members of the ad hoc? Okay.
Well, we were talking about noticing that event, given that it'll be at Ukiah Valley Conference Center. It's in collaboration with MCA. A lot of people will be there. It'd be great for more supervisors to come. And so maybe we should go through the process of proper notice so that it's not limited to just the ad hoc.
Okay, I'd like to go to Supervisor Haschek.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I see that we have a meeting in October, two meetings, one on the 1st and one on the 22nd. So I would like to go with your idea of having a report back in October, and obviously the 22nd would be the reasonable one after that meeting. And I appreciate the opportunity to attend that meeting and all the other supervisors, the possibility. So I'd like to see that publicly recognized.
Okay, and we might want to also do some news releases on it because this is somewhat a change of event for that particular forum. Supervisor Williams?
Yeah, I'd like to amend that motion to provide direction to staff to work with the Cannabis Economic Development Ad Hoc to develop an industrial hemp cultivation process and to work with cannabis and farming stakeholders to adequately protect existing cannabis cultivation.
Okay, there has been amendment. Clerk, did you get that?
I did. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor McCowan, you were the second. Are you going to agree to the amendments?
Yes.
Okay. Any other comment? Supervisor Haschek, did you want to speak again? No, I'm fine. Okay. So everyone understands the motion? Supervisor Williams?
I didn't include in the motion, but I think there is an implicit agreement here that the ad hoc will report back at the later October meeting with the status.
Okay. And I think that's understood. It doesn't need to be in the minutes, and we will record that so it gets into agenda forecasting. Okay. We're going to vote by the button.
Motion carries unanimously.
Okay. All righty. I have to ask about procedure. What time are we scheduled to have our working lunch and to go into closed session?
Chair Brown, Chief Counsel Elliott and I have been talking about closed session. We could go into closed session at any time. We have multiple issues. Lunch is scheduled at noon, but again, we could take a very brief break and go into closed session if you'd like. We have, again, multiple items in closed session.
Okay, and I'm thinking, do you have a report for this month?
My report will be next week, Chair Brown.
Okay, you mean, oh, okay.
My CEO
17th.
report, is that what you're asking?
Yes, the CEO report. Okay, and do we have any legislative matters?
I do not believe we do.
Okay. All righty. Then, for the public, we are going to have a working lunch, and we have quite a number of items for our closed session. It's listed on the agenda, 9A, 9B, 9C, 9D, and 9E. And after we come back out at 1:30, we will report out of closed session. We will also have a timed item at 1:30, and it is a notice public hearing, so we will be back at 1:30. Thank you, everyone, and see you then. Thank you, staff. Thing. It did. Shocked me. Okay, thank you, everyone. The Board of Supervisors is back in session. And in closed session, we adjourned to at approximately 11:30 a.m. and have been in there ever since. And on items 9A, 9B, we will be going back into closed session at the end of our meeting today of our public session. And item 9C, direction was given to staff on 2 of those particular cases, and 2 are left to discuss. On item 9D, direction was given to staff. On item 9E, upon a motion by Supervisor McCowan to appoint Christian Curtis as acting county counsel effective October 20th, 2019, was seconded by Supervisor Williams and voted unanimously by the Board of Supervisors. So, starting October 20th, Christian Curtis, our current assistant county counsel, will be acting county counsel. So now we're going to go forward with our open session meeting. We have a 1:30 timed item, and that is agenda item number 5H. And it is a notice public hearing, and there will be discussion and possible action to adopt resolution approving and adopting an addendum to the previously adopted mitigated negative declaration in compliance with California Environmental Quality Act, CEQA, requirements for amendments to Chapter 10A, 17, and Chapter 20, 242 of the Mendocino County Code, and to introduce and waive first reading of an ordinance amending Chapter 10A, 17, Mendocino Cannabis Cultivation Ordinance, and Chapter 20, 242, Cannabis Cultivation Sites. Planning and Building Services, sponsor of this particular item, but I'd like to go over the public hearing process. And first, I'd like to ask if the clerk has established proper notice.
Yes, proper notice has been established.
Thank you. So for the public hearing, also, do we have any correspondence or telephone calls received that haven't been previously noted or posted?
All correspondence has been uploaded to the item and there are no telephone calls.
Okay, thank you. So we'll begin with a staff presentation. At the conclusion of the staff presentation, county supervisors will have the opportunity to ask questions or to make statements. And following that, we will go to public input, public comment. Please, speakers, be ready to speak. Know that you will have approximately 3 minutes for each speaker. And after the public comment period, staff will make final remarks. Board of Supervisors will have the opportunity to ask questions of either staff or the public. And before any motion is made, the public hearing will need to be closed. And at that time, the matter will be under consideration for the Board of Supervisors. So let us go forward. And as I introduced, Planning and Building Services sponsor. So who's going to do the main introduction?
Jesse Davis, Planning and Building Services, Senior Planner. Staff will defer to County Counsel, who will walk us through the staff report for this item.
Deputy County Counsel Matthew Kudrowski. So the board established ad hoc committees regarding the cultivation ordinances for cannabis in both 2018 and 2019. The 2018 ad hoc committee made recommendations, many of which were acted on by the board in December of 2018. But several changes required review under CEQA or review by the Planning Commission as they involve changes to the zoning ordinance. So as part of this year, in a separate ad hoc committee that was done in 2019, staff has brought forward amendments responding to board direction to the chapters 10A17 and 20.242 regarding cannabis cultivation. These ordinances changes were heard by the Planning Commission on July 18th, 2019, and then that was continued to August 15th, at which time the Planning Commission adopted a resolution making its report and recommendation, and that's part of your packet. So the Planning Commission staff report that was prepared for them includes a rundown of all changes. To the extent the board wants additional discussion, please let us know. I'll focus on the changes made by the Commission at its meeting. As stated in the staff report prepared for the Planning Commission, staff of County Council on Planning and Building Services specifically sought a recommendation from the Commission regarding the assignment of permits issued within cannabis accommodation combining districts. This was done just to make sure the Commission discussed this matter. In reviewing the board discussion of that topic earlier this year, staff wasn't sure there was consensus on whether there should be allowed transferability within cannabis combining districts. So we wanted to get that at least discussion had by the Commission, so today the board can act on that item and not without having to think about going back to the Planning Commission. The Planning Commission made several clarifying changes to the form of the draft ordinance, including correcting a typo on page 16 and adding the word "to" in a section in 20.242. In response to comments made at the July 18th hearing, staff recommended changing the word "original" to "existing" in the context of transferability. Short version of the transferability, staff looked to find and create a procedure for how these permits could be transferred from one permit holder to the next. And we saw in our county coastal zoning code an assignment of permits provision, which provided a fairly short form procedure to assign the permit from the first holder to a successor in interest. So the wording was, in that context, was used the phrase "the original permittee," and people were concerned that would mean only the first permit holder could ever transfer it. That was never the intent. So we modified the language to be "the existing permittee," so transfers can go on, not just from the first permit holder. So that change was made in both chapters 10A17 and 20.242. In preparing the packet for today's meeting, we located an additional change that would need to be made to stick with the Planning Commission's resolution, and then separately found better language even still to carry that forward. The language regarding the assignment of CA combining district permits was not changed in section 10A17.070. That was a mistake and should have been done at that Planning Commission meeting. So today, the red line version of the ordinance shows that this we would recommend changing that language at a minimum. That being said, in preparing that language, we have a separate suggestion for both of those sections to attempt to make it cleaner if the Commission wants to go forward with if the board wants to go forward with the Commission's recommendation regarding transfer of permits in combining districts. And that language is on page 2 of the memo for the board for its review. That language would attempt to clarify that it is stated in the ordinance very clearly that parcels and sunset provisions are not assignable, but CA district parcels would be assignable, and to call that out. As it came out of the Planning Commission, the language is not that clear as to what the intent would be. That being said, with environmental review for all the changes here, the staff prepared a addendum to its mitigated neg deck to cover the requirements here. That's attached, and there's a resolution prepared to adopt the addendum for the board's consideration. And the recommended action is in the agenda summary. If there's any questions, please let us know.
Board members, Supervisor Williams.
I hope it's not out of order here, but MCA submitted some feedback. Did you get a chance to review that? And can you tell us whether that feedback is compatible with your findings on the ordinance changes?
Deputy County Counsel Matthew Godrowski, I've been working off of different computers today. Let me pull that up on this computer.
Okay.
And
I was just thinking it would save us some time probably with public comment if we can go through that list and say yes to most of this.
So Deputy County Counsel Matthew Kudrowski, and having glanced over this, I think generally MCA's in support of the current version of the ordinance, I think with the changes proposed in the memo regarding the CA districts. I believe in item number 3, their recommendation would be to also include not decentralized, it's the non-conforming parcels as part of that allowance as well. That's for the board's discussion.
Supervisors, any other questions before we go to public comment? Supervisor Haschak?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, we also got communication from the Willits Environmental Center asking about the transferability in rangeland. So are we keeping it the way it is, or is the proposal to keep the square footage as is, or is there the possibility of increasing it?
Deputy County Counsel Matthew Kudrowski, these changes were raised by the Willits Environmental Center at the Planning Commission hearings, and the ordinance already allows for an existing cultivator to apply at a lower level and then increase to the highest level allowed in that zoning district as a matter of right. That can happen. So in preparing these amendments, we didn't see that there would be there's no environmental need to try and put a cap on that. The idea of expansion beyond a first application is already contemplated. So as it stands, the ordinance does not contain any restriction on doing so.
Supervisor McCowan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a kind of a technical question, and it goes to the assignment, and that the assignee must show either that the existing permittee has requested assignment, or in the event of the death or incapacitation of the existing permittee, evidence of such death or incapacitation. But that really doesn't answer who would then have a right to apply for the permit or apply to assume it. Potentially, we could add language so that it, rather than evidence of the death, it might be evidence that the permittee's successor in interest has the right to assign or assume the permit. Anyway, I think there's a bit of a disconnect there that maybe you can come up with a recommendation on how to close that loop, because it doesn't say who would then assume.
Very briefly in response, through the chair,
Yes.
Deputy County Counsel Matthew Kudrowski, we thought about how much more language to put in here or not, but look at the next line down, the next paragraph is E, which is evidence that the assignee's legal interest in the real property involved allows for their use of the permit. And so there, because we have a permit to a person, we have people who are tenant farmers and the permit's not running with the land because it wasn't given with the land, there, that evidence in E, so you have provided the evidence that someone is dead or incapacitated, but then separately that you have the legal right to use that property to do so. So that hopefully closes the gap enough so a tenant person who says, my parent who passed away had a permit, I'd like to continue that, here's my ability to continue leasing that property. So I think for the moment that's covered well enough, and if we want to adopt more regulations or considerations in the future and as a policy basis, the department could do that.
And actually, I really might have simplified it even further, because originally we provided all permits are non-transferable, but in certain specified zoning districts, according to the table in 242, you can come forward and apply, and then you have to either apply or renew on an annual basis. So, wouldn't it be simpler to simply grant these grandfathered in permit holders the opportunity to have someone else apply in their place, rather than suddenly we're making all permits assignable, where we didn't need to do that before. We had carved out this exception for certain zoning districts. It just seems like we could simplify the ordinance more than we have potentially.
Deputy County Counsel Matthew Kudrowski, what we were trying to mimic is a process that the department's already familiar with. So these are steps that are taken in the coastal zone to transfer a permit from one to another, and that's why it even begins with an application fee for this permit transfer, not for the entire new application. In terms of how this works with Phase 3, given the direction of Phase 3 is to move towards use permits, I've tried to keep Phase 1 off on its own. So if people do on those districts where Phase 3 is still available in the future, would wish to get a use permit, they may do so. So this is just a procedure that we can put into place here to monitor the transferring of these permits from one person to the next.
Hey, thank you.
And supervisors, when you do make statements or you ask for definition, please give your document as one of the attachments and the page you're on, and this is for the listening public. Supervisor Haschak.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm looking at the document from the Mendocino Cannabis Alliance, number 5, about the nurseries and the tiered system that's being proposed. And right now, what is the administrative permit price for the fee for acreage that's smaller than 5 acres?
Approximately $1,200.
Okay, so to create a pathway for like less than 5 acres, that would be something that we could look at and propose today? Or would that need to go back to the Planning Commission?
Deputy County Counsel Matthew Gudrowski, I think that have to go back to the commission if we're going below what they saw. And I'm not sure what that I'm not sure what that would look like right now off the top of my head.
Thank you.
Supervisor Williams.
Under 10A 17080 A3. This is the date change for Phase 3. Couple questions. The Agricultural Commissioner, is that still accurate?
Deputy County Counsel Matthew Gudrowski, with the whole process of the ordinance amendment, we tried to stick with the substantive things the board discussed, and did not at this time want to go through the entire ordinance to change all mentions of Ag Commissioner to the Director of Planning and Building.
Even though it's a find or replace? I can live with it. So the date, January to July, is there some significance to July other than we're just setting it back? And the reason I ask is I know some legacy cultivators have not made it into Phase 1, and it's not a lot of time left for them. And starting in July puts them by the time they get through the process and past the growing season. Is June a possibility, or do we have some rational basis for why it needs to be July?
Deputy County Counsel Matthew Gudrowski, I think the board selected July 1 as part of its direction. That being said, we're still in the process of, amongst other things, trying to get Phase 3 changes rolling and going back to the board. So that's just giving us time to establish that process.
Understood. So I guess for the board, I'm wondering if instead of having an absolute date here, if maybe we should specify the intent, which is give priority to the people who are already in the program trying to work through the current phase.
Supervisor McCowan.
Well, I don't see why you need to change the date to do that if that's the intent. And I think when we agreed upon the July 1st date, it was with the express thought that if we had a mechanism in place to allow people to go forward with the Phase 3 and apply for use permits, we could amend this to allow earlier application. But we were putting July 1st in there to try and get a date that we were reasonably comfortable we would be able to comply with. And I don't know if July 1st was realistic, but I think that was the intent. And I would go to staff if that's in line with your recollection.
You can kind of taking over my public comment.
Well, okay, we're getting into deliberations.
But we agree. Maybe staff
As
could comment on, is July the appropriate date? And I don't have a preference for whether it's June or August. I just want to figure out what's reasonable in terms of ramping up and being ready. Has that been contemplated?
Jesse Davis, Planning and Building. At this stage, that has not been contemplated as to sort of the timeline in which an applicant would submit and then be able to begin cultivation. Per our conversations at this stage, July was the date that we had discussed to give us the time necessary to not only establish that ordinance, but advise the public as to the requirements necessary so that they could prepare applications. So in the event that they were ready earlier, we could, advise them accordingly.
Thank you.
Okay, we're going to go to public comment. Anyone that would like to speak on this, please come forward, state your name for the record. Hannah?
The order was in. Hi, Hannah Nelson. Once again, and I'm just going to stick to the parts of the MCA letter that point to refinements. Obviously, we did support many of the items that staff pointed out, and we don't need to take the time to re-emphasize that, but we do want it noted for the record. Many of them were in support. A few items of refinement are regarding the non-conforming parcels. I think that people who have gone through an administrative permit process and have expended all of that effort to have their parcels looked at, be eligible for the whole process, got the exemption to reduce down because they're a non-conforming parcel under the rules that are in existence, should be eligible for transferability. And likewise, we really appreciate staff's inclusion of clarifying language for the accommodation zones. And we would appreciate that if you do decide to support including non-conforming parcels, which we really urge you to do, that the clarifying language apply to that as well. With respect to the tiered nurseries, it really is a matter of the mounting cost, not just the administrative permit cost, but there's the regular application cost and everything else. So originally, when we started the conversation about tiered nursery system, and I certainly appreciate and understand that staff came back and said, gee, that's a bit tricky to figure out, we understood that the board was in support of figuring out a path forward for smaller nurseries that do not need a large footprint to be able to do seed production, other things. So we really hope that you can help direct staff to find a path forward that is not so expensive and that contemplates smaller footprints for nurseries of a cottage size. And I think that is about the issues that, the only other item that is a slight refinement is with respect to in our memo, item number 7, expanding the inclusion of mixed light for industrial properties, we feel is very appropriate, but given that there are already smell conditions and other conditions, we feel that it's unnecessary to require the infrastructure of a full greenhouse when there are already other avenues that would take into account the considerations for smell, security, et cetera. So the distinction between a hoop house versus a greenhouse seems unnecessary. And those are really the only distinctions between our support of everything that staff has presented, and thank you very much.
Monique? Ramirez?
Hello, Monique Ramirez from District 3. I just realized that I don't know that our memo from the Covelo Advocacy Group got uploaded to your packet of stuff. I didn't see it on the website.
I think it did.
It did? Okay, it just didn't. Okay. Well, then great. So I just want to say that we do support the MCA memo and all of the recommendations that are being brought forward. And we really want to highlight again about allowing those in the combining district to be able to transfer a permit, especially because many of those people are in our district in Covelo specifically, and highlighting that the non-conforming parcels, as long as they're not subject to the sunset, that they also be included. And we're grateful to see that the generator extension be carried out for a little bit longer so that we have an opportunity to figure out what kind of policy we want to put into place. And let me just review my final notes here. And then we also support the nursery license type for smaller cottage operators. I think that's really crucial to the conversation. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Linda Gray.
Linda Gray, 5th District. I'm sorry to do this. I just want to correct something I said in this morning's session. It was 2% male seeds in feminized seeds, not 20%. I don't want to get the wrong information in your brains. So it's still a big problem if you're growing large acreages, but I don't want to blow things out of proportion. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Lewis, Bigfoot.
Good morning, Board. Good morning, CEO, County Council. I live in a 20-acre subdivision. One day I woke up and I'm surrounded by commercial grows. When I bought the property, it said rural residential. I've been here before and I told you about my story. I looked out now on my eastern side of my property line and I looked down at hoop houses that are, it's unbelievable. I didn't know I was going to get in all this. I didn't even bring the photograph. It's unbelievable. I look to my other boundary. They chopped the forest down. They put up hoop houses. I mean, lots of hoop houses. It's commercial. Suddenly I'm rural residential. I go, do I get any protection by rural residential? What does that mean? Suddenly I'm told, well, that means nothing. We've done what we wanted to do because you have the authority. You can change zoning that fast. Zone changed. So I said, I didn't complain to you. And then I went back here in main office and I said, look, I want to file a complaint because I bought land, rural residential, and now it's commercial. I'm not against marijuana growing, but I'm against commercial effect. Do we know what the commercial effect means? It means a lot of trucks. It means a lot more water, a lot more people. And suddenly I'm living in, the kids say, gee, Dad, this is good. Look at this. Why can't we do that? As they drive by. So the family thing is gone. It's been destroyed in my neighborhood. I'm going to go above me and look at these hoop houses that are unbelievable. It's unbelievable. That's on 20 acres. So I'm now here, I'm telling, and I went in there, it's going to cost me $600 to complain about that complaint, just to fill the paperwork out. $600. I don't want to spend $600. The deck's stacked against me. There's no way I'm going to win. I'm going to go to court. So here we are, another opportunity. I don't want any more expansion in my neighborhood. It's 20 acres. I will file a complaint. I will spend $600 if the 20-acre parcels change, zoning, anything. Any more marijuana? If they can put twice the hoop houses in there, I don't want it. There's no way it's going to happen. I had no problem. Every neighbor I talked to that wasn't growing of that magnitude was angered and upset. I had meetings at my house. It was easy to get them because we were right. Rural residential. And I want to ask these guys sitting over here who allow all this to go on, I wish you could ask them for me, how is the 20 acre in my land, Sherwood subdivision, going to be affected by this? I want to know today. Could you ask them that? I would appreciate that. I want it to go down, not up. Down. Okay, thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Lewis. Okay, anyone else from the public would like to speak? Please state your name for the record.
Hi, Corinne Powell from Ukiah, and I wanted to speak again about permit exchanging, transferring, assigning, whatever we want to call it. I think I have addressed these issues before, but I just want to reiterate. In 1C of the proposed language, I don't know what page it would be in your packet as I just copied this one page. It states, a copy of the existing permit showing that it has not expired. I am concerned that this is overly restrictive and burdensome in a trail of business. For example, Walter's on the corner that you all pass every time you come down here to work was on the closed scenario for quite a while, more than a year. And yet Miss Saigon can go in and again restart a restaurant there. I want you to consider that the vetting of cannabis should provide the same continuous business opportunity without an active permit being required sequentially. And when it says in I believe it is, the existing permittee's request to assign all rights and responsibilities of the permit to the assignee. I know we talked in the past about partners coming on board, about spouses coming in and out of the picture. This sounds as though it's going to be 1 to 2, but not 1, 2 to 3, or 1, 2, 3, maybe back to 2. This is extremely confining. There should be an easier way, and I think Supervisor McCowan was touching on something when he said, can't we make this simpler? Can't we just have permits be transferred to a new applicant regardless of who that applicant might be? And if you only wanted to transfer a portion, have that be a possibility, that it wouldn't be the whole lock, stock, and barrel. Evidence that this is E, evidence that assignee's legal interest in the real property involved. Does that mean that the assignee is supposed to be owning this property? Is that the interest we're talking about? What if I break my hip tomorrow and I need to bring in a contractor to finish my farm's work, and it just seems like I can never get back on the job, and I want to transfer to that person, but he doesn't own the land? How do we include contractors in this scenario of permitting? I think those things need to be covered. And I think that down in number 2, last part of the last sentence, and the assigned permit shall be granted subject to the terms and conditions of the original permit. I think we can all see how much change has gone in to the permitting process, both at the state and local level, and that we don't want to have that be a confining issue either. Thank you very much for your consideration.
Thank you, Corinne. Okay, anyone else? Seeing no one else come forward, staff, do you have final remarks?
Jesse Davis, Planning and Building Services. So I'd like to touch on briefly with regards to the nursery sizes. This is something that staff looked at quite substantially, and ultimately we determined that the 5-acre minimum was the most appropriate size to allow for us to address the concerns about lowering the overall acreage size from 10, but at the same time not creating a discretionary review process to deal with some of the nuisances that could be potentially created on parcels of smaller sizes. Presently, a nursery could be established at 3.5 acres through an administrative permit process, so long as the property surrounding that 3.5-acre parcel were of 5 acres in size or larger. So ultimately, we felt that this was an appropriate compromise given the need to maintain a simplistic program that doesn't otherwise create smaller subsets of discretionary review, but at the same time meet the board's intention, which was to overall lower that acreage from the original 10 acres. Again, we can get it down to 3.5 through an administrative permit, but otherwise a 5-acre minimum is appropriate size for standard zoning clearance at this stage. Additionally, we wanted to touch on the non-conforming aspects with regards to those parcels in particular. As we understand it, non-conforming are those parcels that are less than 2 acres in size and that otherwise have a zoning designation that's not subject to sunset, or a non-residential zoning designation. We do have a number of these parcels out there, not more than a dozen ultimately, of, for example, an ag-zoned parcel that's less than 2 acres that otherwise supports a cannabis cultivation site. Those parcels presently do not require a discretionary permit unless they requested one to reduce a setback or something along those lines. So to be aware, those are the parcels that we are discussing when we speak about non-conforming parcels. Thank you.
Supervisor Williams?
Yeah, on the last page, page 18 with the red line, section 20242-050, where you talk about the filtered ventilation systems not applying to hoop houses. In this section, is a hoop house that's engineered considered to be a greenhouse? I think what we're getting at is we don't want the ventilation systems installed in PVC hoop houses that are not engineered. But it's not the shape of the greenhouse structure that we're concerned about, is it?
Deputy County Counsel Matthew Kudrowski, I think this goes, I believe you're correct. It's not the shape as much as the materials and the structures so it can actually contain the odor and any other issues that are present on site. But this language is trying to implement the board direction on this topic from earlier this year.
Okay.
Supervisor McCowan?
Thank you, Madam Chair. On the issue of the nursery permits, and I know we have the administrative permit process for parcels of 3.5 acres surrounded by larger parcels. Would there be any issue really if we went down to 2 acres for that and possibly put a limit on the square footage that much smaller nursery parcel could have?
If I may, through the chair, Jesse Davis,
Yes.
Planning and Building. Staff could further look into that ultimately, but it'd be something that we'd want to go back to the Planning Commission to sort of further review ultimately, as this would be a change in the land use paradigm that we'd be using. We went to the Planning Commission and ultimately they acceded to the idea that a 5-acre minimum was appropriate with the 3.5 acre through the administrative permit process for those situations that do avail themselves of that parcel surrounded by larger property. Ultimately, if we were to consider that, we would want to go back to the Planning Commission.
Thank you.
Supervisor Jurdy?
Hoping staff could kind of clarify the meaning of the information that's in Table 1. So as I read it, although the minimum parcel size would be reduced to 5 acres, the actual zoning districts in which the activities are allowed remains the same. So in the RR5, rural residential 5-acre zoning, it's still not allowed, but the 5-acre minimum would apply if someone had, let's say, a legacy parcel in the RR10 neighborhood that was 5 acres in size. This is on
To address your
page 15 of the ordinance.
Could you repeat your question, Supervisor? My apologies.
Okay. So we're talking about sort of two different things. One is minimum acreage size, and that sometimes could be confusing because we also have zoning districts that have those same acreages attached to them. So there's the rural residential 5, and there's the rural residential 10. For example, a nursery of 22,000 square feet is allowed not in an RR5, but in an RR10 neighborhood. That would not change, but the size of the parcel could be as little as 5 acres because there are sometimes smaller parcels in a given zoning district.
That is correct.
Okay. So, and then this exemption process where the parcel could be even as small as 3.5, that in that case, the parcel would still be in an RR10 neighborhood. It would have that zoning, it's just that it's a legacy parcel that's a minimum of 3.5 acres with an administrative permit. Potentially they could get that permit.
That is correct. And as staff has interpreted this, ultimately, a reading of *2, which would indicate that a parcel that is in a zoning district that allows commercial cultivation, both the rural residential 5 and the rural residential 10 parcels do allow for cultivation commercially. So that being said, if you did have a parcel that was zoned RR5, but that otherwise could avail of itself of its acreage requirements, meaning that it was surrounded appropriately, we could allow for it to accede to that higher limitation, ultimately through the administrative permit process.
But just to be clear, though, this proposed ordinance amendment doesn't allow new cultivation in RR5 that is not already that's not already in the ordinance.
That is correct.
Okay.
Okay, Supervisor Haschek, did you have a question? Statement? I'm just trying to see it. Sometimes I can't see your pen up because of the iPad. So, okay, you're fine. All right. So, questions have been asked. Any questions of the speakers? Seeing none. We've made all our final comments. The public hearing is going to be closed. Supervisors, we're On to final deliberations. Supervisor McCowan?
Madam Chair, I'm prepared to make a motion when you're ready to receive one.
I'm ready. Supervisor Haschek, did you have something first?
I was going to make a motion too,
Okay.
so.
Well, let's let Supervisor McCowan go first.
And thank you, Madam Chair, and I think we all recognize there are further refinements that could be made, and in fact, we're kind of getting to the point where a complete overhaul may be in order, since we've amended this about half a dozen times, and we're kind of starting to get at risk of internal inconsistencies, and I think that's one of the arguments in favor of don't change anything more than these specific things that we've looked at. For risk, it may trigger something else unforeseen elsewhere. We do still have the Cannabis Ad Hoc Cultivation Committee, the Economic Development Committee. I think we'll probably be looking at some further changes going forward. With that, I'll make the recommended action, or move the recommended action.
Second, and I have a comment.
Okay, I believe Supervisor Haschek has the next comment.
So was that seconded?
He did second.
Okay, so the question is, does this include the combining districts?
It does.
Okay.
For transferability.
Right.
So, Chair Brown, so through the chair, that being said, Deputy County Counsel Matthew Kudrowski, so is that, would the board want to replace the language in the ordinance with the languages on page 2 of the staff report?
I was just going to ask that. It's in the staff report of the inconsistency.
Is that the final memo on the posting?
I believe it's the first memo as part of that list.
Right. Correct. It is the intent of the motion to allow that, and thank you.
Where is that? That's about the nurseries.
Supervisor Williams?
I'd like to respond to Supervisor McCowan's suggestion that we shouldn't make too many changes to this ordinance. I think he's right. I think that I see potential changes that I would like to suggest, but I don't see this as a living document, because in talking to the planning director, it's become apparent some seemingly good ideas in the ordinance, or at least the way it's worded, cause a lot excessive staff time on the backside actually processing applicants. So I wonder, maybe the next pass through, when we fork and we decide to create the ordinance 2.0, maybe we should ask the planning director to take our intent, which is mostly in this existing ordinance, and come up with a document that would allow for streamlined processing to reduce the staff time and permit fees.
Supervisor McCowan?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I certainly would welcome those suggestions if staff has been flagging items where they think the ordinance is ripe for streamlining, and they could forward those to the cultivation ad hoc, I would think. And also, we have the interesting thing that, we're talking about phase 1 and phase 2, which began January 1st, 2018. So some of the language is kind of being superseded by the passage of time. And at some point, I think we want to reconcile all that. Again, being mindful of the time involved versus what is gained. But
We have closed the public hearing, so we need to stop asking questions, but I will allow counsel to respond.
Deputy County Counsel Matthew Kudrowski, just a clarifying point to that. So phase 1 is closing in October. Phase 3, with the direction to go to use permits, at some point we'll have to reconcile what is in 10A17, and it will be locked into largely what applied to the first several years of this program. And phase 3 will be housed somewhere else entirely. So some of those changes we can work on once we've kind of separated out what phase 3 is going to look like, given that change in direction. Since it was on topic, I wanted to make a comment.
So, please remember, public hearing has been closed. We do have a motion and a second on the floor. Supervisor Haschak?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd just like to thank the staff for doing the work behind what the ad hoc committee for cultivation came up with, and that I know it's a lot of work behind that. And with that said, I support this motion.
Don't think there's much more to be said other than voting by the button.
Motion carries unanimously.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, everyone, for being here today and commenting. We will move on. It says break, but we'll move on. Whoop. Are you okay, Matt?
Tell us how you feel.
Okay, moving on. Item number 6C, discussion and possible action, including direction to County Counsel to respond to July 6, 2016, Mendocino Redwood Company letter regarding Measure V. Supervisor Williams, you're the sponsor. Please introduce the item, sir.
Yeah, so Mendocino Redwood Company sent a letter to the CEO back in the summer of 2016, and it seems the CEO didn't ever respond. And that was likely due to the Attorney General opinion being requested. We were in this holding pattern. Now that it's become clear that that opinion will never be released, I think it's appropriate to respond to the letter. We've kept them waiting 3 years. We should direct County Counsel to work with the CEO to have the CEO respond. And I say this in the context of, I think we want to continue down the path of finding a way to work together. John Anderson and I have had a number of discussions, and I think some of them may be fruitful in terms of finding pathways to essentially come into compliance with the spirit of Measure V in ways that are compatible with their business model. RCRC's endeavor may be one of those answers, but I wouldn't limit it to just that. So I'm hopeful that we will find a workable solution. That said, the other side of it is we're representing people who see the county has stalled on this issue far too long. And now that we don't have an excuse that we're waiting for the Attorney General, I don't think that we can just stand still. We need to, at a minimum, respond to the exemptions that were raised.
Supervisors? Supervisor Haschak?
Thank you, Madam Chair. As during my campaign, there was a lot of discussion. Every town hall or event I had, people brought the question up about Measure B and what was going to happen with it. And in this time of climate change, there's a lot of concern about the risk of fire. And I think that if we can eliminate that risk of fire or lessen the risk of fire and produce economic opportunities using these tan oaks, I think it could be a win-win. I've heard from several people who have ideas about how to make it an economic, endeavor of using these tan oaks. And so I would like to work with MRC or whatever entity is out there that's using this practice of leaving the dead trees standing, reduce the fire risk, create opportunities, and in the big picture, we need to do our part in climate change, and I think that this would help too. So I think that everyone could win if we approach it right with these entities that are doing this practice.
Okay. We'll go to public comment. Ellen Faulkner?
So my understanding about where we're at here is that we finally received a letter from MRC on July 6th that had been kind of lost or something, but now we have it. It may not have been, I don't know. But anyway, we have it. I just read it. I understand the issues involved, and that MRC wants to consider itself exempt, and that we are to respond to it in some fashion. The supervisors are to respond, and through the county council. Well, my suggestion is that perhaps we need some peer review on the letter that we will ultimately send to MRC, because it's such a difficult situation for us. We need to enforce Measure V, but they're saying they're exempt from any nuisance issues that we might have. And so we need to make sure that we can come out so that we can actually do some kind of regulation there under some ordinance that we have, Measure E, for instance, to stop the practice of hack and squirt, which is a danger to us because of fire and toxic air. I read the letter, and toxic air seems to be not part of something that the state only can deal with. We can deal with that as a county. So I picked that up. Maybe some peer-reviewed lawyers can also pick that up and go somewhere with it that I can't go because I'm not a lawyer. And so that's my suggestion, that we have a peer review. And thank you very much for getting on with this. I really appreciate what you've been doing. Thank you. Goodbye. Oh, by the way, my name is Ellen Faulkner. I forgot that.
Yes, you did. Thank you. Margie Chandler?
I'm Margie Chandler, and I just want to make this quick just to say thank you for bringing this forward again and again and again. And here we are, and I'm hoping that this is a step that might move us in a different direction, because we really need to see this happening. So thank you. Thank you, all of you.
Mr. Bigfoot? It has to go through the clerk, sir?
It's been my busy day here, Louis Bigfoot. Thanks for listening. This is tough, I get it. Fighting a corporation. This is the corporation we're fighting on logging. Extracting trees at an incredible rate again. Pecker poles, I call them. These aren't even trees anymore. These are down to pecker poles. Remember back when Louisiana Pacific was logging, remember? Pecker poles? They bought pecker pole country, and now they're trying to tell us all they have to do is go out there, hack and squirt, and no problem, we're going to revitalize that, and Home Depot is going along with it. Hey, get that Mendocino. Every tree that they're harvesting today isn't worth the weight in its wood. It's junk, and it's going to be more junk as time goes on. In fact, my prediction is this company will be out of business because of the junk wood they're going to be producing. What I would like to have happen is to have Mendocino Redwoods come here before the board and tell us, explain to us how they can get by with poisoning all these trees. There's so many. Have you passed that around? Have they seen this yet? Could you just pass that around?
Will you stop directing staff and please speak to the chair?
Well, I brought it because to understand the magnitude of it, the only people that understand the magnitude of this problem are the people who are living on the edges of it. Like Williams, he's on the edge of it. I don't think John's on the edge of it. If you flew over it like this photograph shows, you'd get to see the magnitude of the problem. Well, I'm not here to complain to be a bad guy. I'm here to tell you the truth, because they don't want to tell you the truth. That every tree they're cutting down is wrong today because of what they're doing in there. Their management plan is wrong. Now, how long they're going to get away with their management plan, I don't know. I'd like them to come to explain to us in open how their management plan is going to wiggle out of this by using herbicides, because more than half of the trees left on their timber harvest plants are dead. Half. If you got 50 acres of trees, half of them are dead from herbicide. I don't know how many percent are harvested, but it's a crime. And this crime is just slowly creeping forward, slowly. So you get a few people, we get worn out, I get worn out from complaining. I don't want to complain. I would like to invite Mendocino Redwoods to come here on its behalf and explain itself. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Anyone else? Public comment? Lindsay, are you going to get it and bring it to us? Okay.
Just a short response to John Hatchak.
Repeat your name, please.
My name's Linda Gray, 5th District. We bought tan oak flooring 20 years ago. Makes a beautiful floor. I think your idea is a good one to make use of what we have instead of killing it. I know that's not a big moneymaker for big timber corporations, but if it were promoted, it could be a moneymaker for small timber corporations or companies. Anyway, I mean, maybe it's just a wild fantasy, but it makes a beautiful floor. Thank you.
Okay, anyone else? See no one come forward. It's back to the board members. Supervisor Jurdy.
Well, we do have new information since in the last month, and that is that we will not be getting a letter from the Attorney General. And so I do think it's appropriate to ask the County Council to work with the CEO to draft a letter and response. And I do hope that that the letter will result in some discussions with the county and the major landowners in the county who are practicing with this, implementing this practice, to discuss, maybe some changes. So,
is that a motion, sir?
Sure, I would move that we direct the County Council to work with the CEO to send a letter to responding to the Mendocino Redwood letter of 2016 and informing them of the vote and inviting them to meet with the county.
Okay.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Supervisor McCowan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And another aspect of this, I know Supervisor Williams has stated that he's been in dialogue with MRC, and which I appreciate, and would hope that process would continue. And not to put anyone on the spot, but to put someone on the spot, I know we have representatives of MRC here today, and I know they had the opportunity during public comment, but I'm curious if they have anything to add to the discussion at this point.
Thank you for the opportunity. John Anderson with Mendocino Redwood Company. Yeah, we would love to see a response from the county in regards to the letter, and are happy to work with the county on that. I'd also like to open it up to any one of the board members to come out on the ground and see what we're doing out there and the lack of fire hazard. I know it's a little counterintuitive, but we love taking people out. I can show you various vintages of tan oak treatment just right up here on Masonite Road. And so I'll leave my card with the clerk, and please feel free to take me up on that. Appreciate it.
Right. Thank you. Okay. Supervisor Haschek.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess I'm unclear about what this letter is supposed to say, besides we want to work with MRC or whatever corporation. So in my point of view, I would like to see that in light of not getting the opinion from the Attorney General, we will go ahead with what the people voted with Measure B and start to implement it. And we hope that we can work out an agreement with MRC about how to move forward so it's not punitive or anything like that.
Supervisor McCowan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, the original reason that we requested an opinion from the Attorney General was there were questions about the enforceability of Measure V, in that is it legal or not legal. So it's great to say we're going to go out and enforce Measure V. I think we should, and we are directing by this motion, County Council to work with the Executive Office on a response it'd be kind of nice to know what our legal standing is before we commit county resources to enforcing something that, to this point, we don't really have a clear answer. Is it enforceable or not? We've heard a lot of opposing opinion. And also, one thing, and I think Mr. Anderson referred to it, the dead trees don't cause fires. Potentially, a fire could be more intense in some areas, but dead or alive, tan oak burns pretty dang well. So, you know, it's a much more complicated issue than a lot of people may perceive. You could kill every tan oak out there. That doesn't by itself increase fire risk. Potentially it increases intensity of a fire. Although in the 2008 lightning fires, where the fire was ultimately contained, was in an area that had been treated. So now that's, you know, that doesn't imply causality. It just says that there's a lot we probably don't know about fire behavior in relation to this treatment.
Supervisor Williams?
Supervisor McCowan, putting the potential enhanced fire activity argument aside for a moment, say there is a fire through one of these areas, like as this submission depicts. Who will be out there below the dead trees working?
No one. No one will be under those trees. It'd be irresponsible, and you know it.
Gentlemen, I am going to go to County Counsel. County Counsel?
Thank you, Chair Brown. So just a comment in terms of timing on this, just for the public's information. We had received, the CEO had received this letter and shared it with us as well. Back in 2016, as was stated, everything was put on hold as we requested the opinion from the Attorney General. I was contacted in August of this year, August 14th of 2018, by Steve Johnson, the attorney for MRC, that specifically asked me to resend this letter from 2016 to each of the Board of Supervisors, and that was done. So I'm just trying to, in terms of the public, why we're suddenly responding to a letter that came to us back in 2016.
Okay. Let's see. Supervisor Williams?
Yeah, my closing thoughts. So the concern the public, some members of the public have, what you just said is no one would be in this area because we know better. So we understand there's a risk there. Well, saying nobody can be in that area means when you have a small spot fire, you have an area that's no longer as defensible as it would have been otherwise. So you do have an increased risk because you're saying the public's response to it is changed as a result of a manufactured hazard.
Gentlemen, we have a motion on the floor.
In a second.
So I'm looking for discussion towards the motion, not going into further debate. Supervisor McCowan?
If I may have one brief response. These aren't the only dead trees in the forest, and in fact, the study by Greg Giusti indicated that the patterns of intentionally killed trees and natural mortality trees, both in their occurrence and in their behavior in fires, was similar. So I don't think it really changes the equation dramatically. And in 2008, in fact, MRC was left to fight the fire on its own lands with its own resources. My understanding, little or no public resources went onto MRC lands.
During the year of the lightning event, is that what you're speaking
Correct.
towards? Yeah, absolutely. We were on our own for several days. Supervisor Haschuk.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would just like to move forward with this, and I think that MRC and the other companies that are practicing this probably want to move on beyond this practice too, and to move into something that's economically viable for our communities and really supports the use of these trees in a more productive way. And so I support the letter and this motion.
May I ask who made the motion in the second, please?
Dan Jurdy made the motion, and the second was by
Williams.
Supervisor Williams. Okay. So, Supervisor McCowan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, I too support sending the letter, and I do think it should attempt to respond, again, with the guidance of County Counsel, to the legal issues raised. I think it should also accept the invitation of MRC to work closely with them in looking at other options that may be out there. I'm not so sure there's an immediately attainable, more economical approach to this. If there is, I'm sure the company would be the first to accept it. They'd rather make money off of the tan oak than to spend money on it. But I think also part of the letter would appeal to their spirit of community cooperation in light of the fact that 62% of the voters did support this. And maybe there's a middle ground, maybe there's some agreement that can be reached on ways to limit the practice that in areas where it might be most objectionable to the public. You know, maybe there's some way to allow them to still use the practice in areas where it's not you know, right in the public's face or adjacent to their properties. I think they already try to maintain some distance. Anyway, I'm open to the possibility of what may come out of the discussions.
Supervisor Williams.
I think you're open to the possibility of working together.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
As always,
So,
we agree.
So perhaps we need to talk about how to set up a forum, invite Mendocino, Redwood, Farm Bureau, other small timber companies, and people who are concerned about the practice, and see what we can hash out. And I think giving MRC a chance to explain the financials of why this is difficult for them to implement, and to work with the people, maybe we'll come up with a compromise. How do you, for the supervisors, how do you see that best going? I don't want to create another ad hoc.
How about utilizing your standing committees that we've had going since January 1, and there's been hardly no meetings?
Our standing committees?
Supervisor McCowan?
Well, there's a lot of issues naturally that need to be explored here. I don't know if immediately putting it into a standing committee is the most productive method. Supervisor Williams is in dialogue with MRC, so we are told. I think initially maybe that's a good approach, and let's see what comes of that. And we await further recommendations.
Okay, let's vote by the button.
Motion carries unanimously.
All righty. Thank you, everyone. We will be going back into closed session. And we have 4 items. We actually have items as listed on our agenda, 9A, 9B, and then we have 2 cases left under 9C. When we're finished with closed session, we will report out. So thank you. Board members, now you get your break. The other
Okay.
was what, 5 minutes? It's only supervisors' reports. They know that I'm just what I'm going to say about all of these. Okay. Okay. I'm sorry, we'll just wait a couple of minutes. Okay, the board is back in session. We've just come out of closed session. I'd like to report on item 9A, direction was given to staff. 9B, direction to staff. And 9C, we had 2 of the cases reported out about the first 2 earlier. So for case 3, direction to staff, case 4, direction to staff. And now we will go to supervisors' reports. Who'd like to go first? Supervisor Haschak.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Let's see, I attended the Labor Day picnic, honoring labor on that day. Let's see, I attended the Round Valley Association MAC organizational meeting, and I think we will have the MAC members up for approval of the board on October 1st. And our next meeting, official meeting with the placed members, hopefully will be on October 2nd. Okay, I also attended last week the South Deal with Caltrans. I went up to 10 Mile Creek and looked at their situation up north of Laytonville and the need for a bridge up there. It's very critical. It's a salmon spawning creek where people are driving through the creek through the summer, and it's got about 1.5 feet of water. And they even do it during the winter. But there's a pedestrian bridge over there, and there's really a need for a automobile bridge. Last night I was at the Healthy Start up in Laytonville, and they talked about the community needs assessment and the survey they did. There was a very good discussion about some of the issues and opportunities up in Laytonville, and the county facilitated that. I took a tour of the jail last week and saw the presentation that Supervisors Jurdy and Williams saw the other week, and did a tour of the jail. We had a tabletop meeting of the Sherwood Road Planning for Emergency last week, and we had representatives from Brook Trails. Supervisor Jurdy and I did it as the ad hoc on emergency access routes. And we had representatives from Brook Trails Fire Department, their general manager, Little Lake Fire Department, CAL FIRE, the Sheriff's Office, the Willits Police Department, the Deputy CEO, Steve Donnicliffe, was there. And we also had the ambulance service and Howard Hospital represented. So it was a very good conversation, and some positive, tangible outcomes came from it. And so I'm looking for more. And so that was a very good meeting. And I did the hike bike Mendocino activity in Willits. And that's about it. So thank you.
A couple announcements. The northern part of our county on the coast, Redwood Forest Foundation had their annual membership meeting outside of Fort Bragg on the 10 Mile River this last weekend. And I was really impressed by and I know most people have been to their annual meetings one year or another here, but they've really expanded their programs. They're making a concerted effort to get more people onto their lands through guided tours. and they've actually got some very interesting videos they've now put on YouTube of sort of the programs they have in their restoration projects on their property, which is 50,000 acres on former Georgia Pacific property near the Sinkyone Wilderness State Park. And anyway, so that was really encouraging to hear all the good work they're doing. And then another thing I learned is that, although I haven't had a chance to confirm it from Department of Transportation, but Department of Transportation working with the Mendocino County Resource Conservation District and partners up in that area of the county prepared a grant application for FEMA funds. I think it was about $1.5 million. And my understanding is the county did get word that it's going to receive those funds for a retaining wall to reestablish a part of the county road that washed out that leads into Sinkyone State Park. So hopefully that's good news that gets confirmed from Department of Transportation. And I have meetings coming up with the Friends of the Fort Bragg Library members who are also on the County Library Advisory Board, and hoping to hear more from the Library Advisory Board in general about their overall, as a follow-up to our last discussion with them, about their overall strategies for improvements to the different libraries throughout the county. So, and then also Supervisor Hashak and I had this morning to sort of an update from the administrator for the Career Point, which is the Workforce Investment Board program in Mendocino County this morning. So we met from 7:30 to 8:30 this morning before our board meeting, and it seems like there's some good progress with that organization. And as you know, when we joined, the administration of that program administered by Napa County, which is also providing that service for Lake and Marin. We're saving more than $100,000 a year in general fund dollars that was going to subsidize the sort of administrative support for that. So, so I feel like we're getting better value for the taxpayers. We're getting the same or better services with less administrative overhead by being a part of a 4-county operation. And so those are just some things I think that might be of interest to the greater group.
Do you have an MCOG?
We did not because of Labor Day. We had a late August meeting, and we'll have a meeting in October.
Okay. I was just wondering about California transportation funds and some of the funds that or projects that they've put on hold for lack of funding, such as Potter Valley East Road.
So I'll get back to you on that. I mean, with SB1 funds, any delays should be fairly short, I would think, because
this was 2016. It's been on the, you know, that they pulled it back.
Yeah.
But it was shovel ready and a lot was done, and I just hadn't heard of anything has come back, so. Okay. Thank you. Supervisor McCowan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Last Thursday, I did attend the latest 100 Women Strong event where 3 nonprofits present, and one of them walks away with a significant boost. So it was Nuestra Alianza de Willits, Raise and Shine of First Five, and the Ukiah Valley Trail Group. And the group, by their votes, selected Ukiah Valley Trail Group, which will be receiving over $15,000. I attended the chili cook-off last Friday and was the judge along with Sheriff Allman, and of course that was raising money for the Boys and Girls Club of Ukiah, very successful. There were some of the crowd got into a bit of competition in terms of making donations, and so they raised another approximately $10,000 cash over and above all the booths and sponsorships and so forth. Also attended the Project Sanctuary fundraiser last Saturday. They unfortunately are experiencing $160,000 in reduced grants this year for their program, so they're starting a fundraising effort to try and help close that gap. So in addition to the sponsorships and the tickets and so forth last night, and the live auction, which with celebrity auctioneer Sheriff Allman raised a record amount during the live auction. They also raised $10,000 in fund and need donations to help close the gap. At LAFCO on Monday, yesterday, we received an informational presentation on tax sharing agreements prepared by LAFCO staff, and the board noted a couple of areas for amendments to that report, but that I expect fairly shortly will be up on the LAFCO website and available for anyone for review, and it's a good basic introduction to the tax sharing process and how it works from the LAFCO standpoint. Then some upcoming events. On September 13th, there will be a ribbon cutting ceremony at Coyote Valley for additional tribal housing. 19 families will receive the keys to a beautiful new home. That's at Coyote Valley, September 13th, starting at 10:30. North Coast Opportunities has a garden tour on September 14th of 4 of their gardens. More information at gardensproject.org. And the Western Hills Fire Safe Council will be holding a community fire safety fundraiser and musical extravaganza Sunday, September 29th, 4 to 7 at Barra of Mendocino, and featuring the Back Porch Project. So that'll be a fundraiser.
Supervisor Williams' report?
Yes.
We're continuing down the path with the Fire and EMS Sustainability Committee. We're meeting with the Mendocino County Fire Chiefs Association tomorrow morning, hopefully to get their support and buy-in on the concept and to ask for their help in formulating a more detailed plan. I know I've received some feedback from department heads about the need to hire in various departments. And I think at some point we should talk about what the hiring freeze means. For me, when somebody suggests we're short, and I know all departments are short, I'm directing them to the CEO because I think the CEO is really that gatekeeper on hiring. And I'm hopeful that my colleagues will support that idea that it all funnels through the CEO, because otherwise we don't have a hiring freeze if it's as easy as going to a supervisor and saying, hey, we're short and here's why. Every department is short. There's justifications everywhere. We need to make sure we follow the freeze, otherwise it's in name only. Cannabis, economic development, we had a presentation co-hosted by the Mendocino Appellations Project. They did a video capture of it, and it's my understanding that'll be shared soon. It's about 3 hours long, and they had a presenter talk about how Napa built more than conjunctive labeling, but appellations and how they marketed. And one of the things I learned is they had a lot of capital, that it wasn't people in their backyards, it was well-capitalized grape growers. And so figuring out how to translate that into our small cultivators remains to be seen, but I think it's a worthwhile presentation and approach. MH.
And if I could add to that, if someone was not interested in cannabis and just interested in the wine industry, I think they would love to watch that video because the speaker was an expert on the subject and the history there. And it was really, I think, a fascinating discussion about how they built up the brands and the region and the subregions within Napa County and the value that was added to the wine and the grapes because of that. So anyway, I think even if someone has zero interest in cannabis, it would be an interesting discussion.
An interesting number was 7% of California's wine comes from Napa, and yet it represents 24% of the dollars. Well, today, 7% of cannabis in the legal market comes from Mendocino County.
And Napa County Supervisor Diane Dillon, who is also a lawyer, had been talking to the speaker for this group, but he did their appellations, and he told her about cannabis in Mendocino County looking into this. And I had been given kind of a tentative map, and So she goes, I want to hear more about this. So I shared the information with her. But she said he's very excellent, and so you're absolutely correct.
Last night was a Mendocino Historical Review Board meeting. One of the topics that just keeps cycling is the fees. Since the fee increase, there's a lot fewer applications. People are just doing work without a permit. The fees are at that level. And I want full cost recovery. I think this board has a policy of full cost recovery. To change the color of paint on a house is a $900 permit, $90 an hour at 10 hours of staff time. I think the direction we want to go with this is finding a way to reduce the amount of staff time on some of these permits so that we can effectively reduce the fee without subsidizing. And it may be as simple as asking MHRB to put the color swatch on their agenda, thumbs up or thumbs down, but don't use 10 hours of staff time to look up the history of the buildings. Something needs to be done there because it's not working. As I walk around that town, I see a lot of construction projects, vinyl windows going in, and what's changed is the fees increased and people stopped following the program. Howard has been working with me on the Comshy speeding issue. We now have a traffic study complete. It's a little bit faster than I would like it to be, and of course that dictates where we can set the speed limit, but it would be radar enforceable. Today it's not because it was the legacy pre-1988 speed limit that never had a study, and this would include Flynn Creek Road. So I'm thankful for that effort. I've also been out there looking at the work they've been doing filling potholes. I drive that way home, and I've had day after day in Ukiah, so I've been driving and kind of looking at what the crews have done. And I have some thoughts going forward I'll bring up at the next meeting about how we can better track the progress and be transparent with our communities about what we plan to do where, because I get a lot of questions, I imagine you all do as well. And a lot of times I don't know, I go to Howard and ask, well, on this road, when will the potholes be filled? And I have the sense that we're just all thrashing him around, pulling him in every which direction. Having a methodical plan that gets the most amount of road work done, whether it's pothole filling or brush clearing, something that we could show the public, this is the plan, you might have to wait, but we're getting the most for the dollar spent, I think would be valuable. The Walla, I went to a streetscape meeting. This is a working group in Walla, hosted by Caltrans. Caltrans is the consultant for MCOG on the streetscape project. Streetscape in Walla is not completely funded. There's some factions now because part of the plan calls for removing street parking, which has benefits. It'll make it a lot safer, more walkable town, but that town doesn't have enough parking as it is. And a gym, a major grocery store, just to name a couple, have concerns about not having an alternative for parking, what it'll do to business. Trash in the town of Mendocino is picked up, public trash is picked up by Waste Management. Steve Dunicliff helped me track down the contract. It calls for 24 trash and recycling pickups. A lot of the cans in that town are trash only. There isn't a recycling bin. And I want to have us look at adding that recycling bin, not only for our image that in Mendocino County we do care about recycling, but also because the trash is overflowing, the birds are spreading it out, and the sheriff is getting calls. The sheriff brought me out to show me what he has to deal with. And best I can tell, it's because we don't have recycling bins. Broadband Alliance met, and I've been working with the CEO on the EDFC contract for the broadband work. And I'm trying to argue that we need to tie it to a condition of satisfaction of some houses being connected. Somehow we have to show the public that the work we're doing, we're spending tens of thousands every year, that work is translating into houses coming online. And that given we adopted a broadband plan and expect to have coverage within 5 years, we need to track where we are on that plan so that we don't get in a position of one of us having to tell the public, actually, we're at 5%, even though we're 95% through the time period. On October 8th, I'm moderating a behavioral health forum in Casper. I understand Supervisor Jurdy is one of our panelists. County Counsel, is there any issue with the other supervisors coming? It won't be a discussion. I'm moderating. I'll just be rapid firing questions at Dan.
You're the moderator of a public meeting.
Yeah.
And Dan is speaking.
Dan is a panelist.
And is there any other supervisors that are panelists?
No.
Okay. So the question is, I mean, and I presume it's going to be broadcast as well.
Yep.
Supervisor McCann?
Well, I'm not planning on attending, but it's my understanding that as long as it is an open public meeting, completely open to the public, anyone may attend, then also any supervisor may attend and participate on the same basis as a member of the public. So the three of us not on the panel or not moderating could sit in the audience as members. We just wouldn't have a role to play. Again, I don't anticipate going, but as long as we're there only as members of the public, I believe the Brown Act recognizes that.
So I'll be glad to send you something on that. I believe that Supervisor Williams brought that up. There are ways, of course, that the board can attend public meetings that are by other jurisdictions, et cetera. So I just want to make sure I didn't hear the beginning of that, so I want to make sure I'm clear before I answer that.
And I think that's important.
I've been looking at potential locations for a mental health facility on the coast, and I imagine I'll be working with Supervisor Jurdy on this. I don't know a political way to say this, but folks on the coast feel that they're contributing to Measure B, and they were promised that there would be a facility, and we want to make sure we start moving ahead, at least identifying what that could look like. And I have some ideas. And I'm taking our planning director, Brent Schultz, on air. He'll be on KZYX October 4th at 11 a.m. to talk about the housing element, affordable housing, infrastructure. He might tell us a little bit about Anaheim and redevelopment. And on the October 3rd, I'm going to the California PUC event in San Francisco, I believe, with the chair.
Yes.
Yep.
So you've announced it. That's great. And I do look forward to an agenda item about what the hiring freeze means. We did have a letter from the Juvenile Justice and Delinquency Prevention Commission, and this has to do with juvenile hall and extra help because they have lost juvenile workers. I think he explains it in his letter, and they would like an exception for juvenile hall for extra help. So I look forward to you bringing that in the discussion. I hope it's sooner than later, because we're having a lot of staff having to work a lot of overtime. So going forward, LAVCO Supervisor McCowan didn't mention the fact that we did have a big conversation about LAVCO dues structure, and they're changing the dues structure. I think it's very punitive to very small counties, and we'll see what happens with that. But our delegates that will go to their annual meeting and the business meetings on October 31st, they will be discussing and voting upon that dues structure. So that is just something extra there, yes.
How much of an increase would it be for us?
It's not that much for our county, but what they did do is you have a bottom, every county pays the same of a certain fee. But what they did with LA County, Santa Clara County, San Francisco, Orange County, all the really big counties, they capped their population because you also pay a population fee. And so what they did is they capped it. So to me, when you look at Sierra, Mono, or Inyo counties, where they're having to pay $1 per every citizen, and then you look at how many million live in LA County, and they're not making them pay that fee for their population. They have given nothing to these really small rural counties that may not be able to pay their membership dues and be a part of CalAFCO. So that's a big deal. I can see the CEO wants to say something.
Chair Brown, this is actually about the last item, so if you would like me to wait, I can.
No, go ahead.
Okay, before the Juvenile Justice Commission sent their letter, I had already approved 4 full-time positions for probation. I believe that 3 out of 4 of those positions remain vacant. So there are 4 extra help positions that the Chief Probation Officer has asked for. So I have gone ahead and approved those. I would welcome the opportunity to discuss the hiring freeze publicly with this board, because right now I have approved 4 full-time and 4 extra help positions for probation. That is not a hiring freeze. So I
And it was within their budget, was it?
It was, the permanent positions were within their budget. I'm not certain about the extra help positions. My guess is because they cannot fill the permanent positions is why they're asking for extra help. So they now have 8 positions. We'll see what they fill. My guess is they will not be able to fill those 8 positions.
Okay, and I really appreciate that, because as chair, I have to attend their meetings, and there is one this Friday. So
Yes.
thank you.
And again, I welcome the opportunity to discuss the hiring freeze, because we are far from a hiring freeze right now. So thank you.
Yes. Supervisor?
I don't want to turn this into a discussion. What I would like to bring back next week for discussion is talking about the hiring freeze and a policy that if we add a position somewhere, we take one away, so that we at least maintain a current level.
Okay, we can't get into that discussion. County Counsel is going to throw something at me. But I don't know if we can talk about it at the next meeting or we need to wait. And I'll wait for our CEO, Miss Angelo, who's also our clerk of the board, whether there's any area opportunity to stick that in.
Given that the hiring freeze comes up at almost every meeting, we will make time. I'm not certain how we'll do that, but we'll make time. Thank you.
Poor Lindsay. Okay, thank you.
We'll make time.
All righty, okay. So I will report to that commission on Friday. Noontime is when their meeting is, and it's held at Juvenile Hall Conference Room. And then we talked about the dues structure. I'm going to engage with my counterparts at RCRC's annual meeting, and I ask them, how they're feeling as being such extremely small counties and paying the same fee as LA County, et cetera. So I will report back to you. Then also, I didn't drive over. I was on the conference line for CSAC's board meeting. Action items included approval of policy priorities for the federal transportation reauthorization bill. And there was quite a debate about it among a number of county supervisors. Bottom line, it was approved with minor changes. And a lot of the debate was on prevailing wage and the need to pay that locally. And then they approved policy principles for housing development impact fee, and that's legislation. But the principles, policy principles, staff will lobby by, and other officers, et cetera, was approved with very little debate. I would like to announce, and I think this is part of work by our CEO, that California Counties Foundation, during the update, they said that January 2020, CSAC Institute of Excellence, that now has satellite campuses, will be opening in Lake and Mendocino counties. And that's for 1 year. So 2 years. And it will give our staff the opportunity to attend a lot of those training classes. And I think it's just really nice that we're not traveling all over the place to go to the Institute classes. So look forward to that in 2020. Governor's Homeless Task Force was present. We had Jason Elliott. He's a cabinet secretary, chief deputy for the governor. And we had a supervisor from Los Angeles County, as well as Daryl Steinberg, mayor of Sacramento. They discussed what they're looking at, and it was a very interesting presentation. But they were put on the spot not once but twice. And the first time was that their meetings were by invitation only, and they were holding them, I believe, Stanislaus County this week. And that ended up, because of all the pressure and public that wants to attend, it is now an open not by invitation, but an open public meeting. Then also, they were put on the spot about rural counties, because rural counties do not have a representative. It's all the urban counties that are represented on that task force. Court security was mainly an informational item. Realignment dollars that go to the sheriff and counties for court security is not keeping up with the actual costs. And I think that's something we have talked about in the past. And so counties want to form some type of a group that is going to advocate to bring those up. I think court costs, security costs in some of the counties is increasing by 6%, where the state only gives a 3% increase. In-home support services, we received an update on funding for the maintenance of effort. During the legislative update, a lot of discussion went into and warning on the next health and behavior health waiver. I see Tammy Moss Chandler in the back of the room, and the message was the present waiver expires in 2020. Counties must prepare for this process that will be coming up. And so that was the recommendation from staff. Inland water and power.
Could you elaborate on prepare?
Would you like to come forward? I think that all of them are beginning to form up, but maybe you can tell me, Ms. Chandler, what your association is doing. It means we all are on alert. But there was a nice presentation at one of the last behavior health, I think it was Camille that was talking about it, Schrader. But they're just saying that we all need to be on task. Can you elaborate, please?
Sure. Good afternoon. Thank you, Chair Brown, members of the board. Tammy Moss Chandler, Director of Health and Human Services. The state of California has several waivers with the federal government that are known as Medicaid waivers. There are two waivers that are expiring in 2020. One is the 1915B waiver, that is our mental health carve-out for specialty mental health services, where we provide mental health services to the Medicaid or Medi-Cal population, as it's known in California, at the local level. And the second waiver that's under discussion that expires in 2020 is the Medicaid 2020 waiver, and that's the waiver that our whole person care pilot is in. There is also the drug Medi-Cal expansion that we've been working on with Partnership Health Plan of California for the last 3 years is in that waiver. The transition of children's services, California Children's Services, to our managed care plan is under that waiver, and there's actually at least 3 or 4 other special programs under that waiver. We're very actively involved locally at both our association level, statewide, but certainly in our local planning around what might transpire in 2020 with those waivers between California and the federal government and the impacts at the local level. But probably a much bigger discussion than we would have today, but that's the summary of what the waivers are that are transitioning potentially in 2020.
Right, and CSAC will have their annual meeting in San Francisco this year in December, and usually the Health and Human Services Policy Committee goes into elaborate discussions and have some really top officials to speak to that issue, including members of your association or your association executive director. And then I believe CSAC and their classes, they probably will have classes to help better educate county supervisors on that particular issue.
Chair
Ms.
Brown,
Angela?
CSAC has been working at the state level with the Behavioral Health Organization and also state staff to begin the process of reviewing the options that the state is coming up with for those federal waivers. There's one committee that's a statewide committee that CSAC has formed that in particular is working with the state to develop a draft waiver. That waiver will be out the end of October, and at that point, everyone, including the Health and Human Services directors, everybody will be able to review that waiver. I don't talk much about when CSAC asks me for assistance. I'm on this committee. I'm not talking about it. But certainly this board will get all of the information when it goes public. Thank you.
So, and that should be soon. And like I say, at CSAC's annual meeting, they may even do a workshop that's dedicated specifically to that topic.
The actual draft will be out next month.
Right.
We won't have it by RCRC the end of this month, but it'll be out in October. And then by December, there should be absolutely more discussion on the waivers.
And probably within the board of directors packet, they will have an update, and that's always a good way to gain information as well.
What's most important with those waivers, along with how services are delivered, really are the finances. And
Yes.
so what we're looking at is, you have 58 counties. You don't want any county left behind, and I believe you alluded to this earlier. You have the larger counties that benefit by funding going one way, or by the way that we work with the state. And then you have the smaller counties that always have an issue with cash flow. And so what we're working on right now is looking at a process that crosses urban, suburban, and rural counties. And this is quite the challenge, because it is a small rurals, and if you look at 2 years from now, if we do have a recession, these small rural counties could be in difficulty depending on what the state decides to do. So CSAC is actually our friend right now in really pushing the counties with the state with these waivers.
You're absolutely correct, and thank you both for more explanation on all of that. I couldn't have done it quite the same, I'm sure. All righty. Does that answer your question, Supervisor Williams?
Yes, adequately.
Okay. Inland Water and Power Commission met. They've been working on the planning partners, the agreement with the Potter Valley Project, the steering committee, of which Janet Pauley is a representative for Mendocino County, and I am the alternate, are now looking at contractors to get this feasibility study underway. And so it's been pretty intense. And I believe we'll be hosting one of the meetings where the next upcoming meeting where they will interview the applications for the contract, which I think is really good. So that's exactly what was updated at the IWPC meeting and the main discussion. There was also a discussion about our website and potential for another website that would be called Our Shared Water. So there's more in-depth information than what's on IWPC's website on just exactly what's going on right now with the whole Potter Valley project, and it would be constantly updated, but it has to get formed. We've been told that we have individuals that would like to donate money to make that happen, because they want to be updated and they want the community to be updated within Mendocino County, and it could also go all the way down to through Sonoma County, as well as the whole Eel River watershed, because there's currently not a place to go to look and see where this process is at, where all the parties to the planning agreement are, et cetera, et cetera. So right now, all the focus is on that. Trying to think, the Upper Russian River water managers will be meeting the late afternoon of September 18th, and hopefully on the agenda will be an update on Faro and Lake Mendocino and how that's working. If you watched the lake this year and you're still watching it, it's fuller than it's ever been this time of the year. And also the fact that the road to go to Boucher campgrounds was flooded up until maybe a month and a half ago. So that doesn't give much time for campers to be able to be there. So there's going to be this whole discussion, and I think it's important that we have it. But where the lake would be very low this time of the year, in most years it is not with Faro and the operation of the dam itself. So that's really good news. Also, I've been working with the Sustainable Ag Lands Committee on getting the grant application in, and this would have to do the work that would go into this, and the plan that would come out of it if we're granted the funds has to do with climate change and what agriculture, a plan for agriculture and what they can do. So I think this is going to be very interesting, and hopefully has to be turned in soon. And as you well know, it's our ag department, it's the county of Mendocino that's submitting the application for the grant funding. So I'll keep you updated on that as we go forward. Ukiah Valley Basin Sustainable Groundwater Agency will be meeting on Thursday, and we have not had a lot of success with finding monitoring wells within Ukiah Valley in the cross sections. It's going to be a mandate of the Department of Water Resources as part of the plan that we have to write, submit, and do the monitoring. So this is running all the way from Redwood Valley to Burke Hill, and we just have to find some good wells. So we're going to have an update on that, and from staff, and that will be Sarah Duquette, because she's the one that went out with Department of Water Resources. So let's keep our fingers crossed that we can find wells or potential places for wells. So what has occurred, because we weren't prepared, our grant money has been withheld, and we'll be looking at next spring, because Department of Water Resources doesn't want to come in and drill some wells and then come back and drill more. So right now, our whole plan, there will be more discussion as to where these wells are and the potential for other wells to be drilled and monitored at our meeting at 1:30 on Thursday. And I think that's it. All righty. Anything else? Ted. Supervisor Williams.
Thank you for a meeting well chaired.
Oh, thanks. Hey, we got out of here. We didn't think it would be until 6 or 6:30.
Well,
and Supervisor
McCowan called it.
Yeah. Yes, sir.
I was just noticing that for the Climate Action Advisory Committee, we don't have full representation yet. So it would be good for everyone to get their nominations in and to move forward with that, getting that committee functioning.
And actually, I have one more to make, and I was kind of holding back on that position to see who, because we talked about diversity. And so anyway, I do have one more position, and Supervisor McCowan announced what was happening in my district on Friday, and that has to do with Coyote Valley. and they're having a ribbon cutting for homes. So I'm hoping to go out there and see some of the people I grew up with and others that I know, and talk to them about a representative that would like to work on this. But I also think it's important to look at the Hispanic community, and I haven't seen a representative for that diverse group of people that are a large part of our community. So anyway, I saved that one position, and glad I did, and now can go forward and look for another appointee. Supervisor
I'm in a
Reeves.
similar situation. I wanted to ensure that at least we would make an effort towards the diversity that was in the formation document. And so I've been looking at my colleagues appointing people and trying to think of who in my district would help balance out the diversity need. I'll tell you, it's difficult.
So I'm looking for a Native American representative or someone from the Hispanic community. If any of you have recommendations, I'm not stuck to the appointee having to be from my district. I'm willing, inter-district appointment as well. Okay. Oh. Supervisor McCowan is giving me the wave. 5 o'clock.